has just finished off. And Monster, look, we all know that every single team in this lobby is hungry for it. Threats and Duke, their first priority is gonna be the same as usual, just clearing out the likes of Grand Glacier, but Duke, gotta be careful here. He's already found one elimination onto the duo that likes to contest them. Ducky gonna be the first to fall. Encrypted still lurking, and Duke doesn't have full shield, doesn't have a full HP either. I was curious to see if he was gonna look to try and challenge Encrypted right away, because it seems like Threats and Duke feeling pretty comfortable now. Grand Glacier with that one elimination confirmed. It's gonna be tough for Encrypted to look for the recovery there.
Might be Bakken Pars' lucky charm as he called out the shenanigans of Tavern and Crew for the first time. Now they actually are uncontested by Edgy. Have a little room to work with here. He gets to situate, right? Much less crazy game to start. Oliver G, Asian Jeff, I mean, pressure's on this time. They're full on keying this opponent here. And they have the advantage. You already have the Sigma Elan, but you know, anything can happen. But yeah, I was gonna say, it's likely this guy doesn't have a weapon. Just a riot shield.
Oliver OG, though, not gonna complain. That's just all the more surge damage to confirm for himself and Asian Jeff. Taking a peek over at Reckless Railways, though. Reet and Ritual, they've still got to clear out the likes of Siren and Noisy, who've chosen to go toe-to-toe here with Ritual and Reet.
Very bad for Reet and Ritual right now to be not only in a low ground, but in a
Bro, every time I
pincer.
cough, it hurts.
Unless they just full commit and jump into Siren. I mean, I can't see this going too well. Wow, what just happened? No, Noisy let his guard down, and he gave up the advantage. I was just talking about, like, it's not good that they're getting, like, basically sandwiched. He gives up the sandwich and then gets sandwiched by Reet. Well, that's what happens when you give Reet too much time to think about the situation. He's found the solution.
And Ritual waste no time helping Reet capitalize on that second elimination. Now Reet and Ritual truly full control of Reckless Railways. Just gonna wait and see if that forecast tower is going to be their next opportunity of attack. Have to expect that there's gonna be other teams also looking to try and contest where those forecast towers choose to spawn this game. As Edgy and Tavern, you mentioned, they didn't look for the 50-50 immediately with Baka and Pars, and seemingly it's worked out significantly better for them because they've finally got a chance to truly and play out this early game. Don't want to speak too soon though, because of the likes of Sigma lurking overhead here at Classic Ports. Edgy, they are stuck in that engagement. Yeah, that will buy Edgy and Tavern a little bit of time to get some farm online.
Yep, they're going to be able to take all this extra loot, which normally the Classic Ports is, like you said, with the fight, you kind of have all the time to then catch up, but before they know it, everything's going to be gone, or they're going to have Edgy and Tavern literally ambushing them and set up. Take the fight, clean up the scraps.
There's probably nothing worse, though, than finishing an engagement on one side of a POI. You go to the other end, and you're like, how the heck was this already looted? But again, that's going to be entirely at Edgy and Tavern's discretion, whether or not they choose to dip their feet into that little bit of a skirmish that started to break out at Classic Ports. Continuing on, Duke Threats finally getting into the vault here now at Grand Glacier. Duke electing to swap off the medallion. As you can see, Threats definitely just wanting to get that free 50 shield off the medallion regen. And what I like about this, too, for a lot of these teams towards that north side of the map, you're noticing so many of these teams having those grapple blades already online. And it can make a massive difference in terms of even just looking to challenge other teams.
This is exactly what we're watching play out right now for Bakken Pars. So Bakken Pars not being contested this game, recognize the very critical moment to take a fight here because they need the surge tags. Before they were in a back and forth, right? Like a 200 damage swing almost guaranteed to them. And Baka's going to be pretty upset that he doesn't find any tags in those exchanges. All missed opportunities.
I like this though because it seems like the call from Pars was for Baka to fall back, ensure that they maintain control of this forecast tower in case the NPCs haven't had a chance to spawn in yet.
Shut up.
And now Pars, I believe, left with the responsibility of trying to see if he could secure a couple of tags, given how long he's been split off from Baka.
I don't have to do
Ritual,
shit.
Same mentality here as well. Just want to take advantage of those forecast NPCs. A little bit of shield damage being applied by the NPCs as well, but Ritual, no real complaints since they are the only team currently in the area.
Ooh, Sinetto and Veer are going to be the other team that gets tower here. What's happening up top?
It is surprising though to see a little bit of a lack of contest even over the forecast towers. Teams like Ritual, Baka and Pars doing just an excellent job at just pressuring other teams away from those favorable positions to try and secure the forecast. Visuals and Braids though, sneaky as ever. Epic clicks, 3, 2, 1 countdown. You can feel it building up, and Epic gonna immediately be brought down so low. Visuals instantly wanting to pressure, sees the white damage coming out, likely callouts from Braids. But Visuals, Braids, they want to be careful. They don't want to split too far from each other. They know another duo is in the area. Epic still on the retreat, trying to see if Clix can buy him some space, but Day and Redux on the other side of Clix and Epic. This is looking like a tough spot for Clix and Epic to stick it out in. And in fact, Visual's gonna find the first knock onto Clix. So much damage being applied to these builds. The Ranger Pistol's just too much of a fire rate pressure for Epic to keep up.
Yeah, and Clix did the right thing, jumping in the line of fire essentially for Epic Whale, his injured teammate. He had the little bit of extra HP lead. He did everything he was supposed to do, but not much you could do there when you have a team like this with this type of arsenal in hand, pushing through your builds, and also just the explosive damage to be able to cut him off and catch that extra kind of opener. And there it is. This is how he ends up finishing off Epic Whale from the other angle. So just like that, they were in, what was that, 12th place, 13th place?
12th place. Could be cutting it a little bit tight here, MDF, in terms
can
of,
they hold top 20?
that's the thing.
Man.
You would think that 12th, relatively safe, but it's
that's
just close enough.
Very, very close. Well, we're going to be holding our breaths for Clix and Epic Whale. Let's see if they end up having enough. Roughly 138 points is about as far as they were able to push their 5-game run. It's going to be super close.
Clips alongside Poffy. Both having grab blades in tow, so what they really need right now is just find some shields more than anything else.
They need materials.
Decent amount of ammo to work with, but when you don't have shields, you can't really be taking up box fight engagements. You gotta more so try to work with an element of surprise or just some insane mechanics. But Kanata and Agers, a team that's looking to put that on display for us. Immediate chop onto Visual and Braids' build, although they were already repositioning. But now Kanata, Agers continuing to try and swarm around Braids and Visuals. Kanata doing what he can to forcibly split this duo even.
Yeah, you can just see the difference in Kanata's style of approach here. He's just fast, cutting them off, swarming around in circular motions here. Ager's going to be the first to take some big damage now. Kanata closing in. They don't get damaged soon, though. This might swing out of their favor right now. Take a look at the control there. Beautifully done there.
Wow.
30 piece. Holds him back. Backs it up. It's just perfect spacing. Excellent awareness. Breaking the weak builds here. And finally now they get a counter shot in. Agers also gets hurt. They're going to have to fizz up together. It's good damage for both sides, Braids and Visuals. I'm surprised they hold it down as effective as they were able to. But look, you can see that. Yeah, they're like, these guys are just different. They don't even need to know what team this is. They just know this is a top tier duo. We need to get out of here.
Hey, but they got a solid damage exchange for their effort, so that hustle definitely doesn't go unnoticed there for Visuals and Braids. Certainly some nice tags online for that surge damage threshold. Cold and Acorn by the Reckless Railways, crash padding just a little bit forward, getting some good distance off of that crash pad. And Cold trying to farm out some brick here, immediately gets spotted out by another team hanging out on the hill, and that's the dangerous part about trying to farm when you're right next to these hills. Have to imagine teams just trying to take advantage, boxing up on the natural elevation. It's the best way to get oversight in terms of where all your opponents are at and see where you can try and get some tags online.
Cold and Acorn are going to be very careful, not only with how fast they're rotating, but how quickly they're just jumping into random bushes without checking them.
It's certainly a way to live.
A lot of trust they're putting in the environment right now.
Plenty of trees though for Cold and Acorn to try and refarm some builds. Definitely not as high up as they would like to be, as Convicts shields nearly full crack there on the rotate to follow up behind Vanillas. Vanillas lost their shields entirely, depending on where they had them to start, but looks like the leftovers of a cache is what Convict and Vanilla stumbled upon. Whether or not that was their original cache, they might have just regrouped back at, but either way, could be a nice play for these two to get some much needed shield regen. Good little weapon swap out as well. And now Convict Vanilla's likely gonna have a substantially easier time looking for positioning and rotates later on.
Visual and Braids continuing to fight for these Rift Islands. They've definitely found a liking to claiming them. This is the third game in a row where they've successfully managed to find a position up here.
I feel like that last EMP just went completely off Rift Island.
Close though.
Braids and Visuals definitely not having the easiest time dealing with Suscript and Freeze. A slight shield and health advantage, and it's actually going to be Suscript and Freeze who are able to claim the capture point, so they'll reap the benefits of the immediate loot that Rift Island has to offer. But again, still plenty more to be gathered here on Rift Island. It's truly up to Suscript and Freeze if they want to get more aggressive up against the likes of Visuals and Braids. Sus seemingly just wanting a couple more resource farms before taking that engagement. Switching our focus now over to Revised and Rokane. Again, another team hanging out just outside of Reckless Railways. But Revised and Rokane, seems like most of their focus right now is going to be on just getting a positional rotate in. They know that they've got another duo next to them in Walkers and Shadow, but it doesn't seem like an engagement they want.
There's an Acorn now.
Damn.
Havoc moves around the defense. Havoc gets big punishment. The likes of Cold's legendary shotgun here. Forced back several squares now. Oh, the cones all come out, and that's just the first step of losing the piece control battle. And now this is desperation, pouring away all the metal here. Cold's got him exactly where he wanted him. Still looking for a chance here. He doesn't really want to jump in there though. He knows that's dangerous, that's risky.
If he's got Acorn with him though, might be all the confidence that Cold needs to follow this one up. Instead, huge shot onto Havoc. Cold looking to finish the job here now. Havoc incapable of escaping. It's gonna actually be Acorn who gets credit for the knock. Now Cold going back to the height side of his build. Acorn chasing down the likes of User. But Vorteca and Sigma looking to take full advantage. A good elimination to finish the job here for Cold. Onto User, just in the nick of time as well. That's going to be the immediate retreat as well from Sigma and Vorteca, recognizing the fact that they no longer have that third-party opportunity.
I'm just thinking about like how disrespectful. Cold hits a crazy shot and looks away. Like he was so confident. He finished that player that he shot and turned around and moved to where he thought the player was gonna go and beat him to the punch. Like that was just, yeah, that was just dirty. He didn't even care to follow. He literally shot and looked away. Run the clip back. I'm telling you, it's just different.
There's a reason why Cold's mechs are so highly regarded. That definitely a primary example. Yamzo and Rise, though, a team that most probably would have expected to have found a Victor Royale by now, but can never really count these guys out. Yamzo might find himself in a bit of a predicament here. The likes of Chewy and Glaze, but big damage gonna be applied here from Yamzo. Completely spooking Glaze. Just trying to create a little bit of distance here. Chewy gonna be forced to try and protect his duo to the best of his ability. But Yamzo just following along the edge of zone. He's got to be careful here, though, while he's breaking through some of these pre-existing builds. Wants to make sure doesn't find himself eating too much damage.
Yeah, he's got the card. He's gonna go back now. Yep. Had to get his teammate's card. So he gets Rise's card. He's gonna go back for the pickup now. Got a lot of time still. However, be a bit lost here for a second. What the play's gonna be? There it is. It's like he was trying to get to the reboot van, but it's almost like got lost somehow when it's on the map. I don't know.
Might not be the first time that reboot van has
Bro,
been
like
utilized,
he like what did he shoot at he shot at the gas cans that exploded on him?
I don't fault Yamzo
Like,
too much for that. It could be tough sometimes, annoying looking for the reboot when it's been hidden so well by a team beforehand. And Kanata and Agers, definitely a team that's more than content to sit in their current position and just farm out mats as needed. Practically capped on all builds. So Kanata, Agers, great opportunity now potentially for them to get some damage into Sigma and his duo there, but gotta be careful. Don't want to overexpose, give players like Reet and Ritual the opportunity to try and take advantage of applying some damage to those open window edits.
Still got Tavern and Edgy just next door. Reet and Ritual eyeing up all the competition. We already know that Reet and Ritual will take a fight whether they need to or not. They were just last game fully capped out on material, huge mega bases, so much excess from a set of eliminations, and then still fought a duo that was next door. I'm not sure if that was just like why or what caused it, but definitely a team that is willing to get active late in the game, regardless of the scenario. Yamzo and Rise here now, just fighting because they have to. They actually have to. This is for all the marbles here. This is for the tournament run for all sides. Duke and Threats get the better of the exchange here, though. They know it. They both tag. Rise is on the run. Just a matter of moments now before the surge concludes the fight. Things go the distance.
Yamzo and Rise just looking to see if they can squirm away from where Duke and Threats are at, and a momentary breath of relief here for Rise as he's found small section of safety for the time being. Same for Yamzo. Incredible that Yamzo and Rise were still managing to stay standing after the threat that Dukes and Threats literally just posed up against the likes of Yamzo and Rise. Team that's not as successful though with that. Sigma and Vorteca just fully at the rain of terror that Kanata and Agers are applying into their boxes. Nowhere left for them to run. That's an easy knock into an elimination conversion there for Kanata. definitely got to be feeling about that damage application.
There it is. Ryzen Yamzo back underneath the threshold here. As things start to update. There's players all around him though. What's the big play here? Finds the open edit, tries to jump in and get the finish. Still does a lot of damage though nonetheless. Definitely a step in the right direction. Catch a glimpse of Yamzo down in the bottom right here. Downed and finished now. Right underneath him.
What are you doing?
Rise with nothing at least jumps in.
Bro.
That's going to be the end of their tournament run. Back to the lobby there. Day 2 wrapped up here at the lower bracket for them. GG's.
Just have to see what happens next. Baka Pars
Oh
lose
my
the entirety of their
goodness,
build.
what are you
Baka eating so much damage, just trying to get that grapple blade to connect forward. And these teams are punishing him for it. Everybody in the lobby lighting up to Baka in his current position, forcing him to bring out the metal builds here, just so he can have an opportunity to get his shield back online. The cost of a medkit and 2 of his shield potions. It's a tough price to pay.
It was actually Acorn and Cold who was putting that pressure, that fire on him. Back on over to Pars. Pars, who was in a much better position. It seems like his grapple blade treated him well on the rotate. But it is time to go up and over. Asian Jeff, Oliver OG, one of the few players playing Gatekeeper right now on this little bit of a sideline there. Team tries to catch Baka and Pars there. Almost as successful. Asian Jeff and Oliver OG, the late rotate pays off. They get a great spot here on the side of this mountain.
Pretty much just overtook Bryce and Chubbs where they were posted up, and now it's going to be Asian Jeff looking back at the rest of these players that didn't have an opportunity to move to such an ideal position. But still, Asian Jeff just barely managing to stay above that damage threshold, despite the fact that between Asian Jeff and Oliver OG, they've got 3 eliminations. Just goes to show how active this lobby has truly been so far.
Yeah, look, and even though they can rotate right here, they're staying very much in position, in place. They need to find some more tags. Open wall, the edits are just hunting right now, and they fall below. Haji's gonna be the one
Like,
that
how
gets
is that
damaged
worth it,
big time, and they might actually be jumping for that loot there. But no, Oliver OG content with the elimination. Now it's about positioning there. Slips on down to low ground here. Still finds a moment to breathe, finds a moment to heal. The surge back on. It's not enough just yet here. Asian Jeff caught in the rotate there too, and things are just starting to crumble right now for Oliver OG and Asian Jeff. Have they done enough to maintain a top 20 spot as the win is starting to slip away now? One just runs by Oliver, but tunnel vision on the other in front. It's Snacky who's still in this game.
Oliver OG is just jumping back and forth. He looks like an absolute madman right now, trying to figure out where he needs to actually go next. Just doesn't seem like he's ever fully comfortable with the layer that he chooses to try and box up in. Ritual, though, looking to try and dominate the low ground for the time being. Still have 2 eliminations. What's the crash pad rotate? Bound to happen soon enough here. Flowberries gonna get Reet where he needs to be for the time being. Ritual definitely doing what they can to hold on to those. Acorn and Cold, though, a story we're all too familiar with. Cold left as a solo. A good elimination there onto Sigma, though. Sigma punished for trying to aggress onto Cold. Even if he's low HP, doesn't ever mean you can ever count him out.
Yeah, he's trying to read the zone right now and determine if he can even make it in. It's going to be pretty close. I think he will be able to grapple his way into the outer edge. But is it going to be close or not? Kanat and Agers play for high ground. They try to take back the narrative of this lobby, and this is where teams are going to start making mistakes. Teams are going to think that they need to play for high ground right now when they have medkits to win this game, and that will be the fatal error. But we'll see how it plays out. Ritual has a chance to do so right now as well. The name of the game at this point is coast. Keep a low profile, don't do anything reckless.
But look at how low some of these players are in the layer directly underneath. Rigel doesn't have a chance, though, to see if he can try and capitalize off of some of the players that he knows are dropping all around him. Snacky still trying to maneuver the low ground. Just caught up in so much
Player right there.
here.
Takes the med kit and finds the player.
That's just clinical there from Snacky. Well-executed play, but will it be enough? Because Duke threats. They're looking to take control currently of the low ground. Doing a great job and making sure to maintain towards this front side of the zone on low. Duke now gonna tear through some of these last remaining.
Meds just drop right there as well.
Perfect.
Only one team can win. We know Kanata is still in this. We know Aegis is still in this. Duke and Threats are on the low ground. Arguably the best spot to be in right now, exactly as they start to pull teams towards them. Drop them one by one. The med kits are down as well. There's 3 of them there, and they have the entire low layer, but they are out of mats. Dukes opens up the line to exit back out into the storm. Kanata comes down. He's got no win condition. Time is ticking. It might have been too late to make a move now, but he's trying to read this perfectly. He finds Mew there. Can he get the med kit? No, he cannot. Cancel it in time, but Aegis steps back. He's the last to pop the meds, and this is why he has the most amount of HP. He might just have enough, but Duke will have a grapple blade as well. He's gonna come on up, and I think both teams know where one another are. Aegis jumps down. Oh, he's just trying to stay alive right now.
What?
Aegis hoping that he could find any sort of heals, but it's just not good enough. And Mew from out of nowhere is going to actually secure the victory royale. We had
What's
all
good,
eyes
Miles?
on the Kanata, Aegis, Duke, Threats. Meanwhile, Mew chilling inside of his own builds. More than happy to just get that heal off going.
It's crazy how in the end it was Mew who was the player that got pushed by Kanata. You would have thought just by that simple exchange, Aegis should have at least.
Obviously today just wasn't their day to be.
So these guys didn't get into the finals. Damn. Too bad, so sad. There's a day 3? What? I didn't know there's day 3. Interesting.
Into the upper bracket now, looking for their final opportunity, at least as far as the upper bracket is concerned, to find themselves in that top 25.
Yeah, definitely. And this time we have, of course, Pars here that we're going to be looking at, and Baka. This is the team that was contested yesterday, all weekend long, actually, by Edgy. And things went back and forth for them, but seems like we're going to be okay for now. But jumping on over to Clix and Epic Whale, a team that is going to have it now. Another duo landing directly on top of the Lavish layer. This is news to them for sure. Yesterday they had a much easier day, all things considering, as there weren't any other duos directly looking to fight here. But I mean, with Khryzix and Dragon there, it's gonna be pretty tough.
Yeah, and you can see some of these off-spawn battles not necessarily going the way that Blake would have hoped. Possessed and Snacky actually gonna get credited. Now looking to just take down a bot here at Snooty Steps. They want the Peter Griffin Mythic Hammer Pump, and for good reason. Society Medallion, also a really nice pickup, but beautiful snipe there coming out of Possessed. That's the kind of accuracy that you never want to experience from another player. Possessed, on the other hand, Snacky probably more than excited about the fact that his duo's hitting snipes like that this early on.
Great tags, great snipes. Definitely setting themselves up for success. For Baka, looks like they did have a team decide to W key on into their territory. We just tuned in with them. There wasn't a duo in sight, but all of a sudden now they have themselves a set of 2 eliminations. So this is perfect. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. They're completely trying something new today, right? Like, this is not where they were landing before by any means.
They're still definitely hovering a little bit more towards that far west side of the map, though. Definitely still seeming to have intentions of going for the forecast tower that spawns on the hill east of the reclaimed villa. But Pars and Baka, they are conned by a couple of different teams. That's why we're seeing Mr. Millennium, that you already pointed out there, MDF, but Vert, Yuumi, seeing if they can add another one to the count, and it's got to be Edgy taken down. Unfortunate stuff there for Edge as well. But Vert, Yuumi, definitely feeling pretty good about the fact that they were able to come out on top in the off spawn.
Very nicely done. You can see the stats here. First from 25th. From today's lobby qualified to Grand Finals this week. That is what is on the line right now. Unlike all of Friday and Saturday's games, it's about consistency now as well. The better you place, the higher you place, the more consistent you can be here, the more likely you are to go straight to Grand Finals. And the catch is that it really only takes about 2.5 games or so, right? 2 games, 2 really good games, and you can punch yourself a qualification ticket to Grand Finals.
Yeah, and in some circumstances, even just finding a Victory Royale, even though it won't be the automatic guarantee for Grands like what we've been experiencing over past couple of sessions, but at the same time, you get 1 VR in a 3-game format, MDF. Even if you were able to add a handful of eliminations to that as well, those points bound to keep you in that top 25 threshold for the leaderboards. I'm certain that's something that all of these teams have in mind here as they continue trying to build up. Sus, a little bit of trouble here with Cam and Aminished. We'll look for a brief disengage, just try to create a little bit of separation. But Freeze and Script like this mentality to essentially reposition, looking to go towards the high ground here. Script just having a little bit too much damage from Aminished and Cam. And Cam and Aminished as well, gonna opt to just hang out on the train for the time being and rotate elsewhere.
Definitely one way to rotate for sure. Keeping a low profile. This is probably one of the, you know, those types of plays as well. No one really expects a team to be just riding the train, right? So, all things considering,
too.
Yeah, I was gonna say all things considering, this should be a free pickup, free upgrades for them, as well as a ways to get across the map here. And take a look at this. There is an opponent just next door. They're going to be sliding on by. It's Rokane there. Rokane takes a peek in. Okay, so he's actually wary of the train. You can see he doesn't quite trust it. So knowing a lot more than I do in this regard, I would have thought that, yeah,
Damn,
you
bro.
would have probably let your guard down and not really cared too much. But nope, these pros are not being careless at all.
Minish does pay a slight price there. Arcane and Revive's probably happy about the fact they're able to get some surge tag damage online this early so they can continue prioritizing their general loot pathing. Is now reviewing things over here at the Grand Glacier. It's Tavern and Edgy, and these guys have 100% done a swap. They've gone complete opposite of where we saw them yesterday. It was initially Edgy and Tavern that were actually contesting Pars and Baka. We kept watching that off spawn for what felt like 3 or 4 matches yesterday. And now deciding to take their chances over at the Grand Glacier. It's going to be Duke and Threats
My tongue.
that they would have to keep an eye out for. At the same time, definitely enough space for both teams to collect what they need and then possibly look for an engagement later on.
So we jump down with TK and Bacon sitting on top of Acorn and Cold's base. Acorn and Cold are, again, one of those teams that we expect to perform up towards the upper top 25 today. It'd be a huge upset for them to do anything less. Bacon doesn't hit the snipe, but he wants to rotate out now, play for more prime positioning, and it does seem like the map revealing some important interest up above. They're going to be moving right on into there to go ahead and get some weapons upgraded.
And for Bacon and TK, a team that isn't contested initially at the Ruined Reels, they're gonna have to make up that surge damage, finding those tags elsewhere, maybe looking for a little bit of elevation on some hills, see if they can possibly take some shots at the teams coming out of Reckless Railways, possibly. but they're not the only ones trying to figure out a surge strategy here. So we've got Scented and Tahi now inside of the Reckless Railways, but one shot will manage to connect there for Scented.
Welcome to the
Just a little bit of elevation, but knows that there's a player in the bush now. Sees another player trying to ramp up onto a hill. And again, this is just Scented, Tahi, making sure that they stay in control of their surge strategy.
Take a look at Kanata and Aegis right now. Opting to go with the med kits deep in the storm right now. No elimination, so they're not giving us any signs of wear and tear for a fight, but instead they're just hanging back, taking their time here. When it comes down to top 25, I can respect plays like this where, again, the strategies are going to be a lot different, right? Yesterday was all about, can we pick up a win? Can we win? Can we win? And if you couldn't, today is going to be the day where, can I just be consistent? Can I make end games, right? Do that a couple times and all of a sudden you are good, but it's about fatigue that can set in for our pros, right? Playing all weekend long. I mean, we're talking session in and session out just to make it this far into the stages. We'll see who's got the gas tank to continue on through to the finish line. Iamzo and Rise being a set of those duels as well. Plenty of highlights picked up throughout the course of Saturday and Friday. But here we are.
One thing Iamzo and Rise definitely struggle with, though, yesterday's competition in the upper bracket was actually making sure they had enough surge. Seems like since they're uncontested at their drop and the fact that they're so central on the map, probably just having a handful of difficulties with actually encountering players, because these two more than definitely have the accuracy necessary. If they can find someone, they can certainly look to get some damage online. That's the case here with Rise. Now, trying to see if he can chase down Empen. Mason, nowhere to be seen just yet. Have to imagine that Empen strategy here for going for such a quick retreat. And, well, this is the reason why we're not seeing Mason nearby. Empen, actually a solo, looking to just hide out now behind this set of barrels here inside of Fencing Fields. And this is quite the predicament currently for Empen. Has to be quiet as a mouse there in that corner, but Rise Iamzo recognizing not really worth chasing out that solo. Much better to just prioritize positioning elsewhere, get a little bit of elevation going, and again, just trying to make sure they got those tags early on.
Listen, when in doubt, just rat it out. That's the Empen strat right now. He's trying to give a low profile, but Reed and Ritual on the hot press right now. They already have seem to be a down player in front of him. It's a Minish, and they don't get the credit. Oh yeah, there it is. Ritual is the result of the knock there, and he gets the credit as the other team start to shoot on in and put their opinions on the matter. But Cam could run. I don't think he's going to be able to hide for very much longer. There are not only other teams opting into this fight, but of course, Re and Ritual's pressure undoubtedly being felt right now. Just like that, they have full control of this, not only the cache, but the loot left behind. Cam's duo.
Even just putting Cam into that solo position's gonna have to be enough here for Re and Ritual. Ritual, nice quick scope as well onto a Minish. There's really nothing to be done.
Look at this, Reed was down when that all went in an exchange right there. So it was actually a Minish who likely got the opener onto Reed and Ritual, and with the back against the wall, Reed and Ritual turned that around. So shout out to Ritual, man, hitting the most clutch snipe shot right there to keep their tournament run in the game, and gets the save at the same time, making it that much more impressive.
Always feels pretty bad, though, to be on the receiving end of those types of snipes, though. So a Minish, I do apologize sincerely, but Polarize, Death, here now inside of Fencing Fields. They've got Day on the run. Day down to just a sliver of HP now, trying to escape into a separate box, but it's just all too easy. Polarize collapse from the top. Death on the other side. There was really nothing else left to be done there for Day. Unfortunately, he's just going to have to wait this one out for round number 2 to start here in the upper bracket. But Polarized, Death. You can see the zone pulling just slightly east of where they're currently situated. Crash pads, more than enough, though, to get them into the position that they'd like to be. Slight cut off there, though, from Polarize into the tree. A little unfortunate, but nothing that'll deter them, for sure.
Still got a little ways to go as well, so after they met up, they will have to continue to rotate through that treacherous territory. Jumping on over for a quick update with Dukes and Threats here. Completely different story. Dead center on the map right now, but it does seem like they want to take a fight here. They single out Seek down low, but no, Duke couldn't make it through the window quite in time, and that's going to slow down their entire agenda there. And now he's getting pushed. Okay, so Dash is looking to get inside this box, and that was almost it for Duke there, but the wall just in time to block those incoming shots. No Threats in sight either. Threats was on a completely different fight there for a moment. And that's how quickly situations can change right there. What looked to be a very great singled out solo down low in Prodigy Seek here. All of a sudden, one small misplay and Dasharuni was on the heels of Dukes there.
Yeah, honestly, a great job by Dasharuni, but also some solid discipline there too. Recognize the fact that there's definitely some other teams hanging out here at Hazy Hillside, and just didn't want to compromise himself. How many times have we seen a player get pushed because they got their shields cracked, and then next thing you know, you're the one that's actually being knocked in the process. Dasharuni just did not want to risk that situation any further. Got the damage that he needed in the first place. Is now Duke. Got some regen going. Shields back to full. Feeling comfortable again. Trying to get a little bit of height overview for where the rest of these players are lining up here in Hazy Hillside, but just not really being given the best opportunities to try and take some shots in return.
I was going to say they must have a medallion or something, because Threats was not looking to pop a big pot there. I think I did see his HP starting to tick up.
Because I don't feel like it.
Back on over to Clix and Epic Whale, continuing to play for the Rift Islands. So this is a continued trend from this duo. They have shown that they're not strangers by any means coming up for this high ground position here.
I'm glad it's not just me, by the way. You can encounter those difficulties running through the window sometimes.
Oh, I mean, we've seen it. Even pros make mistakes or have tough times. Talking about a tough time for some pros, we have some down bodies in the storm here, just on the outer edge. Safety was so close yet so far, and now we have a team staring right on inside. It's actually Decay and company. Oh no, it's Decay who's just a solo. Okay, so Decay lost his teammate, and he's just waiting this one out. Little does this WTJ duo know that there's a team right up above, and there they are.
Almost a little surprised that the team that was initially boxed up on the hill actually opted to not be a little bit more aggressive with shooting into those builds that Raze, Higher, and Decay were posted up in initially, but Xavi and Neko actually just gonna opt to keep it moving, essentially, and just want to stay on a good pace, stay in a good line of sight along the edge of the zone, where they can potentially look to try and find some damage elsewhere. Cam, though, has managed to bring Aminish back into this match. Now looking to charge down Jojo Fishy, and will successfully find the elimination onto Beast and Jojo. So another duo taken out of the lobby. Nice plays, though, from Cam. The fact that he was able to find the reboot ban opportunity there onto Aminish is definitely nice to find that refresh along the way as well. But now, gotta be really careful with the way that they choose to re-enter the zone, because there are so many teams that have already gotten positional advantages from rotating earlier on.
It's crazy. Some of these late lower bracket teams finding their footing here today. Take a look at Kanata and Aegis right now. Don't want anything to do with the Storm right now, but they are so far below the Surge. This grapple Blade's gonna get them into a position here shortly, but they will have to do the impossible, which is push a team, hopefully set up a big set of eliminations here. Aegis gets so punished for the W key here. We knew the decision was gonna be inevitable to have to push into, and there seems to be the knock and the likely finish that comes in now. Aegis being completely taken out. Kanata is going to get the follow-up in the exchange there, but the cost is great.
Wow, it's just Suscript and Freeze suppressing Kanata so heavily, just refusing to let him escape from these boxes. And that's exactly what you'd expect a team on height to do. And they just happen to have that positional advantage. Again, Cold, similar situation here to Kanata. Acorn knocked. And Cold can clutch this one up though. Might be able to go for the revive. He's looking to see as if he can commit to this. It's really gonna put the pressure onto the other duo to see if they want to actually challenge this box or not. But Polarized Death, not quick enough. Revive is good. Acorn able to make it up now. Cold as well with a shield potion, so some resources expended unwillingly, but at the same time, Cold knowing that he has his duo back up and running is more than a good enough trade-off right now.
Well, things are going to settle for a second here. We now start looking on over to the other side. Scented by himself, finds the box is open, but no, couldn't get the tag that he needed to keep him alive in the game right now. Still looking though, he's not going to get this one up yet. And I like that he's getting active before the zone actually closes. I mean, this is what a lot of players will fail to do in this type of situation. We've seen it consistently before where it's just a little too late. You try to go in and make it a play for Surge here. But no, the shots come in. Moments are found, and it's not looking too good for Scented now.
No, just lost entirely. Too much shield. No heals either. And just continuing to eat random tags from every which direction, but just doing what he can to try and chop out a team in the layers above him. But it's just not going to be enough. Scented will meet the end of game number 1. Kanata still trying to keep this solo performance going though, but looking substantially healthier in comparison to where we saw Scented at as far as the solo endeavor is concerned, at least with 2 medkits, the 6 small shield potions as well, and an ample amount of ammo. Can expect Kanata to just do his best to try and stay above that damage threshold, and then he can probably just look to hang a little bit more towards that backside of zone. Doesn't really want to draw too much attention. The moment you get lobby focus on, it almost feels impossible to escape.
Definitely a decision to be had here shortly. But he's going to go for the fight here. You got to respect the fact that he's still trying to maintain outputting damage all throughout the game, especially now as a solo. It's going to be more critical than ever. No shotgun in hand though, so things are going to get very interesting as we start approaching the later stages of this tournament run right now. But this is just game number 1.
Bro,
again, all 3 for this upper bracket here. Before we go review down what's going to happen down with the 3 games from the lower, but top 25 is what matters. So playing even out, even now as a solo, you really, really have to try to stretch it, go the distance.
And Baka and Pars, we know that they're one of our teams that loves going for the Forecast Tower whenever it spawns. But right now, Forecast last thing on their minds. Ritual, Reet, just trying to make it through. A couple of builds through these low ground layers, and Ritual, Reet, they can hear footsteps all around them. The question is, which direction do they actually want to try and tackle first? And with the zone pulling a little bit further east, might prompt them to just look for a slightly later rotation since they have good mobility. Yamzo and Rise though, again, slight struggles here. Just barely underneath that damage threshold, but no one is giving many openings. So it's Yamzo trying to take matters into his own hands, looking to just destroy some of these brick walls that Higher and Raze keep throwing up, hoping that other players might look to also focus out those boxes, but Yamzo and Rise just barely managing to catch a break here. 29 above, still nowhere near their comfort zone. Bound to keep trying to look for some type of play that they can commit to, a duo that they can actually challenge inside of these mid and low ground layers.
Yeah, what we're seeing already is definitely chaos unfolding here shortly. Yamzo, Rise, Acorn, Adrian, Kanata, all these big teams hurt, fragmented, and or already taken out. NA is all over the place right now. Some of your favorites setting themselves up to have an uphill battle as things continue. And even Yamzo, like we said in Rise here, very hurt on that rotate. Not a clean one by any means for Kanata. Take a look at this. Things are starting to catch up now, halfway through his material count. We already know the pressure we're starting to add on as far as the damage is concerned, and this is something he's been consistently conscious of as he's positioned himself up, and it just couldn't pull any further. Now again, the grapple blades allow him to make this rotate likely easier than most, but still the punishment that happens from point A to point B, the longer they continue to expose themselves, is very, very clearly adds up. Players are just not letting their guards down at all.
Now you can see even a team like Pars and Baka, since they've got the grapple blades in tow as well, Pars still opening up their walls, trying to see if you can find additional tags instead. Because again, if you have a means of mobility like the grapple blade, you can certainly opt for a slightly later rotation, but you don't want to go too far behind the rest of the lobby. Clix, having just lost Epic, knows that he's got a team trying to challenge him from the backside, but now it's going to be Clix forced to commit towards the low ground, just trying to get a little bit of heals going as well. One shield potion already expended, a med kit soon to follow. It's going to be hard for Clix to come up big here in this one, but he might just get it done. Similar fashion, Kanata still trying to deal with the likes of Crisp and Noxy. The box directly next to his. Opts for some shots. One tag or two, but now it's Kanata. He's on the move. He recognizes he's got to stay moving with the rest of the lobby, but first what he needs to find is an elimination, a knock of some sort, damage, anything that'll get this damage threshold up above, but it's not going to come to him in time. Instead, it's going to be Vert with the elimination credit there onto Kanata, who's just trying to get that med kit off. Unfortunate scenes here in NA, but Clix, another one of our solos, still just trying to keep things rolling.
Yeah, and I respect what Clix is doing right now. He is just working his way across the layers right now, truly trying to stay alive, and he's picking up placement points while he's at it. Now remember, he already used his med kit a lot earlier than he probably would have liked, but he did that for placement. Top 25, consistency matters, and look at this, the movement to slide him right into this little safety spot. It's gonna be so important, and it's gonna go the distance for him. Just inching his way ever so closely now to top 10, 14th place. Player down below, player up above. Wood builds here. This is the perfect type of tarp to get through.
Oh my god, Snacky though on height. Pars looked for the overtake, not going to be able to find it. Instead, Snacky possessed, still looking to control the high ground. Depending on their ammo status, they might be able to just suppress the entirety of this lobby now. Down low, Ritual gonna opt, medkit coming out as well. Just again, looking for those additional placement points. Ritual now heading back towards the zone. Yuumi, Hound, so many players swarming underneath. Congestion just continuing to build in that low ground. You can even see all the medallions popping out. No one even able to claim some of the loot from these fallen players, as Chris will be another one added to the count. Ritual, what a mastermind of an edit.
Yeah, Ritual's just playing like exceptionally well right now. Not only from the clutch, but now all the way down to putting himself in this endgame situation and continuing to rack up placement points here. And not only that, eliminations as well. Can he get another one? Of course he can, but it's gonna come at the cost of hitting the shot first. He was so close yet so far, and there it is, the follow-up onto Acorn to just snatch top 3 away from him and picking him up to 5 eliminations. High ground though, Snacky, possessed, looking to suffocate out the players down low. There's really no room to work with here. It's a 2v1, it should be all but over, but Snacky doesn't even want to take any risk here. He's gonna allow Possessed to sit back, hand back, and finish the deed. Close out on Ritual there with a huge pump shot.
Massive respect though to Ritual for keeping things going as long as he did.
Kind of starting this is what I'm used to seeing, you know, in Fortnite. Of course, Possessed and Snacky, because of that victory out, they're going to shoot themselves way up into the standings. But Ritual, Reet, Acorn, Cold, even Crisp and Noxy, I mean, these are names we saw all weekend long. And I mean, look, Tavern and Edgy, Yuumi and Vert, I mean, dude, this is a who's who right now.
Yeah, I mean, Welcome to the edit section.
What the fuck? Ugh. I should get this. Ah. Chat. Just hold on. I just can't. What the fuck how do I do this? Do I do this? You're there. Never mind. I talked myself out of it. Alright. I'm gonna watch FNCS again. I don't really care. Do 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 do. Like the live stream. Shing 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 shing. Alright, I'm just going back in my comments and I'm liking them. You know what I'm saying? I gotta, you know. Okay, hold on. Day 3.
Top 20 right here. Don't forget, top 25 is where you want to be at the end of the day. Kelly, I think we have to talk about that performance from Ritual and Reed, but I think we should put a little bit of emphasis on Ritual because the clutches that he was able to pull off, not only in the end game, right, where he was picking up the eliminations, pick up the
couple of teams that were able to get things going on the right foot, but some others who a little bit of a stumble here at the start. But again, like you just said, Monster, one good match. We saw how many points were just collected in the last lobby, even for Possessed and Snacky. So I almost expect Possessed, Snacky, they still want a repeat performance just keep building those points as high as possible.
Yeah, I know, like, winning doesn't, you know, it's not like yesterday, right? Like, oh, guaranteed grand finals, done. But basically, it's the same thing today. Do you win in that type of spectacular fashion, like, you're good. You're not going to have a problem by any means. 90-something points is an incredible amount of points. It's going to put you up towards the top. With only 3 games, you really only need, we talked about it, a game and a half, maybe 2, right? Of decent positioning, and you're just fine. Even like for Clitz, we know we saw him kind of playing slow, going for the heel off, but stretching his way into a top, you know, 13, top 15. That's a great game, all things considered.
Yeah, and also there is the fact that at top 25, even if you're not in that threshold, you still get another opportunity with the 3 matches in the lower bracket. Of course, that being top 15, though, naturally going to be substantially more difficult to achieve. But inside of these off-spawn battles, that's where a lot of the action is going to be taking place. And Pars solo without Baka, but with a beautiful elimination to start things off in a double finish.
That was crazy.
Doesn't seem like Aaron had any idea how exposed he was through that window.
Yeah, just awareness check right there from Pars. Well played to go in and clutch that one up to save it for the team.
Wait.
See the standings there.
That's cool.
18 points is pretty much your 19 and above kind of threshold. Things start to jump up from 18th and onwards, but no Yuumi here. Vert has to try to not only finish this fight, but play for the save afterwards. Not going to be an easy task by any means. Crashpad was down, but Abandon next he wants to go for a better angle. And here goes the disengage from Vert. The tag there. That's going to be the confidence. That's going to be the momentum swing for sure. When you get that white tag like that. Look at that. The reboot ready and primed for the pickup.
Nexi, though, second guessing.
Yeah.
Almost can't fault him. Does seem a little bit as though Vert might still be trying to look for like another wraparound technique here. And that's the other side of these off-spawn battles,
So
right? Because we
sold.
know players want to be in that top 25, but 3 off-spawns, if you're not winning these off-spawns or even surviving them, and you're going to these hotly contested drops, that can definitely, it can play a little bit of a mental game, I think, on some of the players. They just keep losing that off-spawn battle. Wouldn't be surprised to see some switch-ups for some teams if they don't have as much success with the off-spawn for games 1 and 2. Well, game 3 again, because one good one can be all it takes for the difference of being inside or out of that top 25 on the leaderboard. But right now, focus back over at Fencing Fields. Mason and Penn, they're going to be the ones that were able to claim the medallion and that Nisha's Mythic Striker AR. Very fortunate finds as well for Mason inside of the vault, given that he was actually able to secure a sniper. It doesn't happen. It's not a guarantee inside of these vaults, so some nice RNG coming into play there.
Yeah, things looking pretty good for Mason. For Tavern here, edgy. Opposite side of the map. Just getting the medals together, getting the rotation together. All very much standard practice. So far, so good, but let's get back into the action. Things finally do start to reach a conclusion point. Mason and Penn fight their way out of the vault and into another set of eliminations, bringing them on up to 4 now. We get to run that back here in just a moment as well, but talk about just a huge boon for them. That's a wonderful set of eliminations and points there. Go ahead and just keep them in the game right now. Keep them one step closer to grand finals now. Take a look at this one more time here. Mason holding things out. Recognizes, all right, I'm running out of material here.
Holy
Sniper-
shit.
No. That is how you initiate a fight, undoubtedly.
Oh my
And then they
gosh.
just walk Nerface down, no problem.
That's crazy.
Backed him up and got him out of there.
Nah, he's looking a little different for that one. Absolutely insane for that quick scope.
It's good.
You know that's going in the next highlight reel. It's a guarantee at this point.
Another one for the trailer as we've continued to get this season just encapsulated game after game.
Moments like that, though, I was gonna say, you really can't help but wonder, because I don't fault Curly or Nur for trying to look for that aggressive challenge. I mean, how often do we see teams outside of the vaults that look to try and take advantage of the team that just secured all that vault loot? And again, Click's Epic, a team that's usually able to take advantage of the Lavish Lair vault as well as the Mythic that's available here. But yeah, you can definitely see Day and Redux on the hill just outside of Lavish, trying to pose some problems there.
Now Rise and Yamzo, same situation as well, just try to find themselves some key positioning here. We get a little update with the forecast towers being secured. We already know that is the name of the game right now. Definitely we will play heavily into your favor, knowing exactly where that next zone's gonna be. You should expect them to be in some of the best positioning.
Rise, though, spotting out TK's box and definitely being smart about how he chooses to rotate around Ruin Reels, opting for a little bit more elevation to not be as exposed here. Diminished fat tag into his shields, and that's going to be enough to incentivize him to retreat back to his box with Cam. 3 separate teams looking to try and engage on each other close to the Rebels' roost, but Cam and Diminish, they're gonna be one of the first ones to do a little bit of fallback, a little bit of refarm on their materials. Sometimes when you get these multi-team engagements, it's pretty intense how quickly you can find yourself burning through mats. And Diminish Cam also definitely mindful of teams that might look to try and cut them off on the other side of this river here. So they're gonna opt to just try and get to as much high ground as possible, and then probably scope out, see what's actually breaking or causing problems to break out in their area.
The team just hiding out in the classy courts here. Chris and Noxy want nothing to do with it though. So far in the outer edge of the zone here. Oh, they do have a team rotating here just to the side now. Snipers in the hands of Chris. Reed and Ritual continuing the pace from last game. Finishing up a player as we jump in here. Full duo getting crossed out here at the railways. And there's nothing here this team needs. They are so situated. This continues to be the story, I feel, of Reed and Ritual. We haven't seen them obviously pick up a win on Friday or Saturday, but they just haven't stopped staying at the top of the conversation as just very, very great duo to look out for this season. Surely we'll see them in grand finals at this pace.
When you consider just how well they've been placing throughout the weeks of competition, leading into today even, yeah, that top 25 looking relatively secure here. Rise and Iamzo though, Rise trying to function without Iamzo. Might be able to clutch this one up though if he wins the engagement inside of these box fight 2v1 scenario though. It's going to be tough. 2 separate angles that Maxo and Dolzer were contemplating. They're going to regroup here momentarily. Is now Rise, knowing that Iamzo has just been full elimed, wants to make a play for the reboot card. Definitely also wants to look for some additional damage, but is trying to be careful here. Doesn't want to find himself getting fully elimed at the same time. Although, as far as leaderboard points are concerned, in 10th place, definitely have some wiggle room as far as if they were to fall a little bit earlier on in this match, but can't ever count Rise out this early on. Dolzer and Maxo, they're going to spend some time just hanging out next to Iamzo's reboot card. And that is one of the unfortunate circumstances that can take place when you lose your partner inside of some of these box fights, MDF. It's just, now that team has the luxury of sitting on your teammate's reboot card because they've already got their surge damage online.
That's right, they have options. And I mean, that may be one of the toxic options to go with, but it's a good play nonetheless in a 3-game type of format. Call it a mini format, if you will, where, you know, an elimination's worth a lot, right? You saw there, though, Yamzone and Rise are at 40 points. That puts them in top 10 currently after game 1. But EU, the cutoff was around, I believe, 60 points for top 25. So it shows you that it's just not over yet. Even if you use that as your baseline foundation, you have to have another good game. You just can't not make points after coming in a hot game 1. So everything matters. No early checkouts.
I like this rotation, though, out of Polarize and Death. They recognized the fact that there was already a team situated on the hill, east of Pleasant Piazza. They didn't want to waste too many of their own materials either, so they opted to just use that natural cliff face to run through the low ground, essentially, without having to worry about eating any sort of damage. With 3 Shieldfish online, 3 medkits. Granted, Polarize definitely going to have to use at least 1 or 2 of these, and with the vending here, though, at Pleasant Piazza, as long as it hasn't been fully depleted, they should have no issues with maintaining their white heals. Meanwhile, teams like Zooks and Bolts, they're just going to opt for their cash instead as a source for more loot and materials. And Zooks and Bolts, though, definitely looking relatively stacked for their mid-game.
Reed and Ritual continuing the key right now. What is going on? They're at 4 eliminations. They're at max material. They're like, you want to base up? You want to play this game slow? Sorry, buddy. Golden gets crossed out of the competition. That's 5 elims now. And this is what I mean by Reed and Ritual will be a team to contend for the FNCS title this season. They are coming for everyone this season. And now keying out Ozone here as well, deciding that they want to push this too. Lobby, though, not making it simple by any means as they get farmed for surge tags here, but
You know,
just
Reed's
makes you-
annoyed.
yeah, it just makes you really think about it, though. Like, what is going through Reed and Ritual's mind here?
They recognize the fact that Ozone likely a solo, considering that they haven't seen anybody else moving anywhere near him. So Reed,
Well, they took out Golden, right? Like,
yeah, they really wanted to chase Ozone out. It's the fact
Bro,
that
this
they came all
announcer
the
is
way back to
actually
Reckless
stupid.
Railways, and now they might even be opting for the disengage one more time. Actually going to look for a little bit more of that
Like, you
dead
literally
side
saw
rotation
them
now.
kill his teammate.
But curious to see what happens with Ozone. I don't know if he's going to be able to fully escape Reckless Railways at this rate.
nobody in sight right now for the sniper in play. Even Freeze not looking to peek outside the box, but good update nonetheless. Now we jump back in with Day and Redux. Continue to be highlighted all weekend long here throughout the broadcast. Redux and Day find themselves in this situation because of that game 1 second place that they picked up. You can't let it be lived down. It's just that close. And this is what they're thinking about every single time they queue in now, as they've been chasing that prestigious victory royale ever since.
In the words of Redux, it's all for the plot at this point. Can't worry about the woes of yesterday, because that top 25 is certainly what Day and Redux are gunning for today. And whether or not they're successful, only time will tell. But Revised Rocane, definitely a team that we've seen have moderate success. They're actually going to be based up here by Rift Island, and Beast, Jojo Fishy, seemingly a team that's also got their eyes on the duos that might have landed over at the Rift Island. But these teams that choose to hang out at the bottom of Rift Island, they get a little bit of elevation leverage in the boxes that they build, but also it's just, you can have the rifts for a quick rotate, which can definitely prevent some issues as far as getting too far out in Storm to where you feel like you can't actually get that ideal positioning. Rifting typically going to be able to help that process out pretty heavily.
I'm trying to figure out who signed off on this massive metal base this early outside the zone. I get it, the weapons cache was the target, but geez, that's a lot of metal. It's going to be much harder to recoup here as we start edging our way through. Surge is active now. All of the teams in the lobby have been given an update here on where they stand. Here's a team that shouldn't have any issue with Hitaka, though. We already know they are our elimination leaders so far here. They have Piggle and Jiven in sight. Jiven, hybrid creator, professional player. We've seen him continue to trend upwards season after season.
And for Jiven and Piggle too, it's exciting. Coached by Destiny's Jesus. Quick shout out to him because his team, Jiven and Piggle, giving so much credit to their coach's strategies as well. It'd be cool to see just how the coach's strategical development plays out for that duo, though. Definitely got to be careful. Knowing that it's Reet and Ritual underneath them, but it's not like they're aware of that. It's Rise getting some nice shots into the backside. Quanti, Byla, now you're gonna have to opt to just drop down another layer here, so that's gonna be enough breathing room created for Iamzo to get his shields back to full. Rise also needing to get a little bit of his white HP back online, but Quanti, Byla here inside of the Ruin Reels, this could be a big fight for them because these are two teams that certainly could utilize a little bit more Surge tag damage. So wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe look to commit slightly harder to this rotate, but given the fact that Quanti's got the crash pad out, can't say that's going to happen anymore.
Yeah, I was just looking at the loadout for Quanti. I don't think he's really looking to entertain a close range fight like that. They were happy with the tags. They want to position themselves up to continue to farm longer range tags, and even this might be exactly what he needed. Yep, there it is, a shotgun to come out. So hey, sometimes the stars just align, right? And things come together. New options start to become available for him. Back on over to Duke and Threats, who are below the surge here. Player in front of him, this is where for every tag they miss, I mean, it feels really, really bad right here, especially when they're below the surge and they can see the clock ticking here as the zone's starting to close in.
But if it comes down to who can hold out who longer, Duke, Threats, they're realizing they don't want to get too far caught behind the rest of the lobby on these rotates. But Duke still making sure to look back. He's got solid control now. Noxie's movement's just so heavily restricted, and Duke with those tags managing to connect, now gonna be just above that damage threshold. Duke though, he's bold with the peaks in a Reaper Sniper meta, Monster.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm just thinking like, dang, this dude's really trying to get toe-to-toe with the boxes out in the distance. Not just one, but 3 different walls getting fired at there. He's looking to really just throw darts and see what sticks. But all in all, should be happy it wasn't clicks. Got his sniper primed and ready here. Still hunting for the shot right now.
And this is something too that Vivid also made a great point on, I believe, during one of the analyst segments on yesterday's show. It's that Clix and Epic do seem a little dependent in terms of Clix actually managing to connect with his Reaper Sniper shots. That's where a lot of this team's surge damage usually tends to come from. And they are hanging just above that damage threshold as well. But again, a lot of our big name teams seemingly struggling with getting that damage as far up above that damage threshold as they would like. Here's a team though. Oh, let's see the turnaround. Iamzo, Rise. They've been putting in work since they were last spotted at Ruin Reels. And with players getting elimed, you can see their damage threshold just jumping, skyrocketing. Now it's all gonna be a focus on positioning. So many boxes already built up on this hill though. Iamzo gonna choose to skirt by. Heads more towards that side front of zone. Does a great job getting there too.
Yep. While that was happening, looks like Macwood fell. Blake now falls as well. Agers found himself an elimination. There goes the finishes. So a lot happening here. A lot of trades already exchanging here as the zones are starting to move over. We, of course, got the highlights on those as well. It's just non-stop for Reet and Ritual here, who are looking to likely set an elimination record right now this early into the end game and already approaching their 8th elimination here. And we saw them pick up Macwood, and another team ends up finishing off Blake eventually too. Look at this. You look at the zone. Clix and Epic Whale have continued to flex their ability to rotate, their ability to get into key positioning game after game, playing for high ground. I definitely like that we are seeing this type of playstyle come out of them, considering that all that matters right now is that you finish towards that top 25 for the grand final spot. So placement being key. It's one way to go about it.
Clix and Epic, though, struggled a little bit as far as their tarping was concerned on high ground. And now, gonna opt actually to just maintain, staying in front of the lobby, jumping themselves to the front side of the next zone. Clix now looking back, trying to get some shots onto Rise, but won't connect just yet. Instead, it's gonna be focus shift more towards some of the boxes. A lot of congestion building up now in these low ground layers, and keep in mind, low ground's last spotted. That's where we've been seeing Reet and Ritual absolutely dominating. Clix even opting to try and get a little piece of the action. Reet and Ritual now out in front of everyone else. But again, it's the low ground control, MDF, that I'm really trying to keep tabs on for these two, because if they can just continue building out, tarping out the entirety of the low ground, it's going to make things so much more difficult for some of these players that are just slightly further behind them. Because if they drop even one layer, well, that's going to be Reet and Ritual's builds. That's going to be all too easy for these two to collect, and we've seen how aggressive they're willing to be. They don't care about how far above the damage threshold they are. They will take every challenge at this rate.
Yeah, they just look like they're playing a different game at this point. Reet and Ritual are a much different dimension, right? They have a newfound understanding of how to run this lobby here, and they're honestly determining the pace of the game, which is very, very impressive to do this late into the tournament stage, playing as if they don't have anything to fear as far as grand finals is concerned. And that level of confidence is just getting me more excited for them leaning into the grand finals at this point. But for now, there's still a lot to be achieved here for Agers and Kanata, who only have 2 eliminations. Not nearly on the run as some of the counterparts in this lobby. Aka and Pars in the same position as well. The zone ends up bouncing back. This is a difficult zone to play with. I don't think we've even highlighted that just yet. Things have taken a turn for the worse here as we've left the land masses and now have continued to essentially bounce back and forth. And you can tell that even Clix was having a hard time controlling the narrative here, controlling the high ground at that point, because they were well in ahead of all their competitions. And now look, found themselves in a tough spot to be in, and even with the grapple blade, Clix faces the fall damage there.
Wow.
Definitely an unfortunate circumstance, but Epic will follow shortly after with no builds, no way to truly protect himself from the all-seeing eyes of Duke and Threats. But yeah, this zone pulling straight over the water. Don't think it could have been any more vicious. We thought the mountain pools were bad enough. But now Iyamzo trying to see if he can get this revive off onto Rise. Think he might get away with it. There's nobody else on secondary height with them. But Duke, Threats, they're doing everything they can to prevent this from following through, crushing there for Iyamzo as he's forced to abandon his rescue mission there onto Rise. Teams flying upwards, trying to challenge. Agers, Kanata, they've done enough. They knocked down Duke in the process, and now high ground completely switched over. It's Kanata, it's Agers, and they're the ones now dominating all these lower layers.
Look at this, finds a huge pickup there. The heals, the med kits, right? Everything that they need now to even play this one out for a victory from above. The grapple rate's still replenished too. Baka and Pars have also just managed to turn online here as they find themselves at 4 eliminations, sliding across the outskirts. Baka gets caught though, unfortunately, and trapped out. Pars has to abandon him essentially here, but
shit.
this is where Pars plays well. Piggle taken out there with a monster shot from Pars, and there's another solo behind this wall who might just face the same fate. Here it is. He's gonna swing around the wall. Low ground finds himself another set of eliminations there too. The points adding up here. Ritual approaching 15 eliminations now. Make it 16. The count continuing to rise here. What is happening? Reet and Ritual turn all of the tables against Agers, Kanata, and everyone
Get
else in the mix
wrecked.
here, and then close the game out in just a completely different fashion.
Nah, Reed and Ritual are actually the main characters of lobby number
villain.
2. That was
And looks like around 72. Oh my gosh, I did it, Vivid. I did it.
Round?
Second
22
place,
eliminations.
Snacky and Possessed in there. 137. You know, Vivid,
Yeah.
there was a duo that I called out last time that you were like, nah, they're probably fine. Where are those guys? Where are those guys?
Who, you talking about Acorn and Colton? Yeah, I mean, they're still fine. They're in 8th place right now as we continue to go.
You say villain, those two just look like they have an entirely different flow that they're working with. They're just moving so in sync with each other, and that's the kind of synergy that all these teams in these off-spawn battles are hoping to connect with. Mason and MPen look to tackle the challenge here now of winning out the battle at Fencing Fields. At the very least, certainly want to take that opportunity to try and secure the Mythic here as well as the Medallion.
Yeah, you can see Cove and Acorn being one of the few duels here as well at the southern portion of this. Nerface and Curly. Seems like they learned their lesson, pushing into the vault a little too soon, too shy. Likely still thinking about that snipe to the face that they took earlier. Let's see how they're going to end up approaching the situation.
I feel like when you're on the receiving end of a snipe like that too, you kind of have to have the memory of a goldfish. Like, you just don't want to remember that that ever took place. Meanwhile, just north of Grand Glacier, Tex saw a little bit of the... We caught the tail end of that celebratory off-spawn fight win. As Bilox and Tex will now have the luxury of being able to freely loot out their drop here at the rescue station. Definitely feeling pretty good though by having those early 2 eliminations. Convict and Vanillas. So many floppers for Vanillas. Could definitely go for a little bit more shields though. Granted, we haven't seen exactly what Convict is working with, but Vanillas and Convict could potentially look to try and hold that team that's at the bottom of the hill from their drop. And just force Crackly and Joe into an engagement that could be really awkward from that elevation disadvantage.
Comes the rematch now. Edgy and Tavern here versus Golden. Not happy with the punishment. They're going to be the first to disengage a little bit lower, giving up the strong positioning here to the hands of Ozone and Golden just to hit the little reset. But I think Edgy's spotted out there. Not quite sure he's going to be safe for much longer. Ozone picking up the signals here that their Edgy is behind the wall. It's just going to be a matter of time now, I think, before they end up taking him out. But look at this, use of cones to go ahead and break the entire structure down. All right, I like the big play. The fall damage comes in too, but Tavern, no protection needed here. Edits the cone, slides around, nicely done. Both sides are hurt, but Edgy has to finish the deed off now. One tag is all it's going to take. Can he get it first? No shotgun, though. Playing it safe, trying to get that shotgun from his teammate, but no, misses the opportunity to find the tag. Edgy should have known better than that, and now pressure is really on here.
Reggie also probably
What
wants
a
to be
great
careful.
shield breaker there.
That's the perfect connection. That's exactly what Ozone was hoping wouldn't happen. Edgy still having 2 of those shield-breaking MPs, granted, not gonna have as much effect now that Ozone has fully lost his shield. Ozone, though, and Edgy, just a little bit of a standoff here. Ozone trying to look for an opportunity to heal. Edgy nearly getting the better end of Ozone for that, too. Almost had the most punishing edit instead. Edgy still looking down on Ozone, trying to take out these stairs. But again, the war of attrition is going to be the primary issue here, as Edgy now down to only 3 builds. Have to imagine that Ozone also looking incredibly low on builds, if not out already. Edgy again, trying to force Ozone to a bad position, and will finally get the overhead jump on him. That's going to be Edgy with the finish. Golden and Ozone now taken out, and with the reboot ban directly next to Edgy, he'll get Tavern back in this one, no problem.
You gotta love the respect from both sides. A high tier play between 2 exceptional players, Babaka, Pars. Back to the drop. Same side, beachfront. Just winning it.
That was sad.
Gets themselves a nice set of eliminations there once again, just padding the point threshold, making sure that they are ever that much closer now to the grand finals here of a top 25 placing day. Convict and Vanillas, we already knew that their draw spot was contested. Seems like the Troubles were worth a singular elimination, and now they're just waiting things out, trying to see if they can weather the storm here.
Noxy and Chris, though, caught in the elimination feed not too long ago. That one elim that they have so far, that was on to Tahi. So somewhere near this area of Classy Courts, there's got to be a rogue scented. Have to imagine he's that lone player off a little bit east from where Noxy and Crisp are currently at here at Classy Courts. But that one elimination, that's basically all Noxy and Crisp were really after. They know, got a little bit of damage online. Don't want to spend too much time this far away from the zone. Got to start making that rotate now. Working their way down from the north side, though. They're definitely going to have some elevation that they can try and utilize. We're looking for tags on players that might be a little bit more west or east of their current location.
And if you're Clix and Epic Whale, I mean, pressure is on right now. Sitting in 22nd place when you load into this game. They've gotten a set of eliminations, though. That's big here. So cleaning up house at the Lavish Lair, we know they've been contested here. And if there was a game for them to finish it quickly, it would be this one. This is the one that matters most now. Before we go into, again, evaluating the point thresholds and then gearing up a new lobby, spinning up a new lobby for the last 3 games of the lower bracket teams. Acorn Crackley continue the fight here at the fencing field. We had 6 players land here. Crackley not being one of them, but rotates in. So Acorn and Cold haven't gotten a break just yet, and you can see that their material count is flexing just that story, right? This is the material count of a team that has been pretty much in place for quite some time.
But what I like that they're doing for the time being, you saw Cold. He's got a little bit of elevation based up inside of fencing fields, and Acorn has actually been sent on like the materials farm mission. I love that coverage that Cole was able to provide when Acorn nearly stumbled upon a couple of players at fencing that were looking to try and see if they could get a possible knock or elimination onto Acorn. Cole instantaneously shuts it down by reminding everybody that his Acorn's Cold. They've got more than enough accuracy to shut down a team that might be looking for a little bit too ambitious as far as 2v1 challenges are concerned.
You see TK and Bacon just putting a couple shots down on the team looking to flank them, and all of a sudden everyone disengages. No one wants to take a fair fight here. Things settle down here in the center of the map for now.
It's personal with these bushes at times.
Yamzo Rise find Acorn in the feed. Quick finish. The full elimination there.
That's definitely going to make things tough as well, all things considered. definitely indicates that nothing has truly been decided as far as who's in control exactly at the fencing fields. On a team like Yamzo and Rise able to play such a heavy disruptor, but Clix Epic seems like they're about to encounter a little bit of a skirmish here. But yeah, Cold without Acorn now. Thought that he would be able to keep that protective coverage over Acorn, but Acorn straying just a little bit too far into the wrong hands. Yamzo Rise able to make that
What's with
approach
the storm noise,
from
bro?
that east side of fencing
What's
fields
going
coming
on?
out of Little Villa area.
They're not
And
in the
now
storm.
Cold, the real issue that he's encountering is that it's definitely early enough he could look for the reboot card, but the problem is just making it there.
Just trying to see if Duke might have had the same problem as Cold did, but no, he still has threats. They are very much healthy. Long ways from their drop, though. Sitting in between Jiven and Piggle, who
Jiving.
had absurd game number 2. Likely positioned themselves to be inside the top 25 already. But this is how you want to play this out right here. Slow, steady, edge your way towards end game here. More importantly, playing these bushes with the sniper definitely isn't a bad play by any means. One of the more popular ones of choice. There's Suscript and Freeze. Shots are coming in, so pressure's on right here, and they have the Storm to worry about, so it's not going to be long before they have to crash that out of here.
And it's definitely fortunate that they have these crash pads and the Flowberry Fizz because they've got a lot of ground to cover. They certainly want to try and clear the team. I was taking shots at them. Now they've managed to be the ones to pull ahead. That's going to also force the team that was shooting at Sus and Freeze. Now they have to make their rotate because if they stay any longer outside the zone, it could be Sus and Freeze who actually look for the turnaround in terms of trying to hold that duo at edge of zone.
And again, keep in mind the idea is you use the ability, the passive effect from that Flowberry Fizz to really send you flying on crash pads or launch pads. So wait for them to like truly disengage there and turn that otherwise bad situation into a great rotate. For NPen and Mason though, we go from highlight snipes in game 2 to being parked up still at the fencing field, so the zones have more or less favored them here. While this is all happening though, there are more fights happening everywhere. Ritual continuing the fight, continuing the pressure. Into the box they goes, and man, they just make it look too easy for some.
There's just nowhere left for Pilot to look in that circumstance. He's got Reet and Ritual just directly charging into his box. One in front, one behind. Truly nowhere left to run. And that kind of engagement is now Ritual, Reet. They're just going to keep the aggression going as well. Ritual spotting out Tex. Slightly seeming as though he wants to try and maintain that line of sight here, but will opt to regroup with Reet for the time being. They've got the crash pads. Could definitely get some good ground coverage if they so choose, and that does seem to be the intention here. Ritual will be the first to move. Spotting out some boxes down below though, but it might be these boxes that Ritual's willing to take the fight with. Even on his lonesome, he knows that he's gonna have Reet closely behind, and it's over the cache as well. That is the real priority here for Reet and Ritual. Where a cache is, there'll be another team usually, and Reet, Ritual, they just want the extra points, the extra eliminations, even if they don't need them. It's about sending a message sometimes, as Reet will be the first one to find a knock here onto Tex. Now looking for the ultimate collapse onto Bilox, who's just trying to squirm through these builds, but with no shields, nowhere left to run. Closing in, no problem here. There's Reet and Ritual now at 4 eliminations. Reet gonna pass off Medallion as well to Ritual, just to get the freebie shield regen back up to 50.
I'm telling you, man, we're just getting that Air Force energy out of Reet right now, like classic original W key. Just, you know what I mean? Tournament day, no
Damn.
pressure. He's even in his, you know, his original iconic fits, right? Just for the occasion, showing off for the live. I mean, you love to see it.
There's two skins I want. The Polo skin and the Ferrari.
Can't help but feel, though, for Day and Redux. But it's actually going to be Baka and Pars. We're in a whole world of hurt here. Baka tries to get the bot flopper off in time. Just not going to be enough. Took too much damage in that final zone tick, even if low. It's going to be more than enough to get the job done. An unfortunate close there for Baka and Pars, but likely we saw them towards that top 10 of the leaderboard. Likely still enough points to maintain that top 25 threshold.
And they were farming eliminations. Remember, they did get at least 2 that we know of off the drop, so it's not like a zero-sum game. And what are Elam's worth? 8 points, right? Or 4 points
4
each.
points
So
apiece.
for them to at least get 2, I mean, that's not bad. I think that surely keeps them in track for top 25.
You'd have to think as much. Either way, I'm sure those two likely not sweating in. Yeah, and you can see leaderboard points popping up there. Top right corner.
Oh, yeah.
Baka, Pars, definitely chilling. And once you've qualified grands, I mean, at that point, can't be bothered finding yourself
yeah,
with
that's what I
an
was gonna
early
say.
exit
Show us
from this
Reet and
final
Ritual
lobby here in
dying.
the upper bracket. This Ritual,
Please?
he does lose Reed, so their aggression has finally been punished by the likes of Piggle and Jiven, but Piggle will pay the cost with his life. Jiven, though, still up and running. Looks like Jiven actually got the better end of Edge here. Now looking to tackle Nexies. Jiven doing an excellent job holding his own. But you gotta be careful. He's got Ritual looking to try and make this aggressive charge. Jiven again.
No, just getting
Coming
the
up
card.
big here with some of these frenzy auto shots.
Yeah, I think Ritual jumps in just for the reboot card. He gets the medallion as well, but now look, 2 teams are gonna dive onto Ritual. Okay, so that's about wraps. This Jiven now has to play the savior right now. He's also done enough for the time being. Let's just watch that back. How did this all play out? We saw the exchanges, but you might be wondering how it actually started. It was onto Edge. He walks in, doesn't recognize that Jiven's behind that wall there.
Almost looked like a little bit of a medkit trap there that Jiven might have potentially set up. Regardless, unfortunate for Jiven that Edge was able to be picked back up by his duo there. So unfortunately, Nexi saving the day and preventing those 4 points to be added to Jiven and Piggle's scoring overall. But again, as long as Jiven is alive, their shot at maintaining, staying inside of the top 25, looking very good here. Although I am a little bit concerned, given that we last saw his positioning directly next to Duke and Threats. So best of luck to him with that one, but Clix Epic, they're gearing up for a crash pad rotate with Flowberry Fizz. One more time though, when you go skyrocketing through the air like that, bound to draw the attention of someone, and right now it's players over at the Rift Island. Caught a glimpse of Clix and Epic on that rotate. No shots though really managing to connect just yet, so Clix Epic probably feeling pretty good here. Just outside edge of zone, and likely making sure the coast is clear before fully pushing in. Might have some teams behind them as well that they can look to farm a little bit of surge damage off of since they got ahead with their positioning.
This is a quite the congested fields right now. His teams have found themselves positioned a little too far north here. Rokan and Revives right now below the surge. Plenty of options to choose from. But up first might be the NA Malabuka, who's in the builds to the north there with Havoc. Little name change here coming into day 2.
Rokan Revise though, kind of just lurking in the shadows here. Revise though will get paid for that ninja tactic. Nice knock to start things off. And that's gonna be Aiden taken down by Revised. Now Revised Rocane feeling comfortable, but trying to get those grapple blades, pushing forward. And the zone here at Fencing Fields, though, relatively flat area, Monster. It's going to be rather exposing for some of these teams as soon as they start pulling out of that Fencing Fields location. Something to keep in mind, seeing which teams actually have a little bit of elevation working in their favor here is Cold Acorn, not on the high ground, but definitely in a safe enough position. And Cold just trying to keep an eye out for any sort of damage application opportunity.
I like the spot that they're in. They're on the edge, though. Teams are going to have to push just a little further to them. What do we have here? The heavy congested position. Surge is also active. You can see teams in front just getting lit up right now. Def and Polarized likely too far to catch audio cues from this, but look at this. They've also had quite a troublesome game as he doesn't have any heals to work with here. So what's at the top of the mine is definitely damage, but also making their way to safety here shortly. And there, can't sit idle for too long. They should have known that it was going to be
what are
this
you
way.
doing?
And the Quang jumps out. What just
I
happened?
hey.
Where did you think you were going, buddy?
What?
Oh, that's tough though for Death.
There's
Probably
a med
recognized
kit
it on
right
his way
there.
out. Doesn't get an opportunity to pick up that med kit, and is
Oh,
still
he's throwing.
just barely holding on though with that elimination. Slightly above that damage threshold for the time being, but Death still just having to expend all of his materials. Unfortunately enough though, grapples one box too far. TK and Bacon gonna take full advantage of Death getting isolated from Polarized. And now it's up to Polarized. See if he can pull this one through for the duo. This is a really tough spot to be in though, MDF. He's got a body of water in front of him if he chooses to try and cross. No mobility either here for Polarized, so he's going to be fully exposed or having to expend practically all of his mats if he wants to tarp his way through safety. Maybe he can look for somebody else's crash pad on a recycle, or he can just opt for a refresh entirely. It's Polarized
This is crazy.
actually going back into the thick of the action here.
Yeah, if you have a window open, I mean, Polarized,
Bruh.
put it all out there. You might be wondering, why would he go to such extent? Top 25 is all that matters here for these first 3 games. After this, we're going to be jumping into a fresh bracket where top 15 will be the cutoff. So you want to do it here and now. You have to pull the plays out. You only have one more opportunity to do it, essentially, before the break. And for Polarized, I mean, he really, really did put it all on the table. You have to respect it. Looking like a madman hopping around the battlefield there for a second, but here we have it. Epic Whale Clix are one step closer now to solidifying their positioning. They came in 22nd place. Fingers crossed for Clix and Epic Whale to continue to survive until placement gets divvied out. We are just now at the top 25, but 15th, 10th place or so is really where you want to get to for the points start to reflect heavily.
They're getting lobbied.
And the main thing here for Vanillas and Convict. Rotate, certainly not the ideal one. Just having to expend practically all of their hearts. Vanilla is stuck now, trying to maneuver with these wood builds. Lost Convict in the process as well, but still managing to hang in there. Every little bit counts. You never know. Another team might fall before you. Just boost that placement all the higher. Already 8 points as well off the 2 eliminations that Convict was able to secure earlier on. Vanillas, though, directly above Clix and Epic. Just trying to stay silent. Trying to stay more towards that backside of the zone. Probably going to keep hanging around these low ground layers. Macwood and Blake, on the other hand, right now they've got the height overview. As we approach, there's moving zone. Macwood, Blake, still trying to keep things going. And nice rotate off of the flow berries. So Blake and Macwood seemingly like they're going to be able to maintain their height leverage here. Rocane revives, though, definitely encountering a spot of trouble here. It's Rocane. 1 HP, 50 shield, but at least 2 eliminations in tow for this duo. Clix, though, and Epic
Whoa,
Challenging Blake.
Big knock right there in the full finish. And no, not the emote.
Damn, bro.
No. The homie, the friend. The Texans going head to head essentially right there. You hate to see it. Roque now though underneath the surge. The damage has been done. Can he get the
Oh, he's so
yes,
dead.
he can get the mini off in time, but that was the last one there. Couple players have to go down here or tag, but no, it's not gonna be enough. He gets finished instead. Vanilla's
You're dead.
still in the game here. Gets his knock onto Jivid. There it is. The finish. Down they both go. Inside the top 20 though, so I think Jivid fans might be pretty happy there. He might have done just enough.
Jiven and Pickle were already looking pretty set for that top 25 because of their game 2 performance. Jiven just did his best to try and solo clutch as many points as possible. Mason and Empen in this mid-ground layers though, decent amount of chaos breaking out here. Mason, final shield potion will be opted to be used. Just now, again, once the wood starts coming out, MDF, it just seems like that's the encouragement the lobby needs. But big shots here from Mason. Nice elimination onto Zero. Might have been enough. Few more builds in hand now for Mason as he drops the ultimate low. Mason and Empen, though, still working as a duo. 6 eliminations is some fatty points already accrued. And now Mason gonna opt for an earlier med kit. Zone tick damage, Storm causing a little bit of issues here, but again,
No way. Day is alive right now. We've been waiting for this all weekend long for him to get this moment once again to play for a big endgame, a huge elimination here. That's a top 10 and a 4-point elimination swing, of course. Meanwhile, high ground, very nicely held here by Clix and Epic Whale, who have 6 eliminations, win conditions in hand, and they're setting themselves up to go ahead and punch their way straight to grand finals. It has been done. For others, though, the fight continues on. The edging towards top 25 is in question here.
impressive stuff though from Rise that he's still managing to stay standing tall here, working in a bit of shambles situation, but again, doing everything at once here. Gonna drop another layer, spotting out some players, some solos running around this low ground. Rise wants to see if he can try and get the attack going on today. Just needs a little opening, but Day slightly quicker with it.
Day might have just punched his way to the grand finals, by the way. Out of nowhere, 52-point game, just like that. And Tavern might have too as well. A second place is nothing to be upset about. Clix jumps down, the drop quick, the swift justice, and finishes off the game with the win there for 7 eliminations alongside the GOAT's Epic Will as well.
Good job.
What
Good
grand
job.
finals are starting to gear ourselves up for.
It's looking like an exciting grand finals. I mean, they're always exciting, don't get me wrong, but the script does continue to impress. Want to give a big shout out to Kelly for her encouragement. You almost want to believe that Clix and Epic, you know, they might have heard.
This just
out.
We still have the lower bracket, so no worries. Jumping up 20 places.
There it is.
Clix and Epic Whale jump up, and now they're good. That's it. We can take a look at this top 10 right here. Reet and Ritual, not surprised. Almost 100 points. Not exactly that. I can't do that quick math, so I won't try. But look at this. Just the top 10. This is basically a grand finals lobby in itself.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and
looking at-
you know, we saw some big names right there. But oh my gosh, Kelly, 14th place. Listen, they had the support of the community. I was seeing
Is their final 3 lobby opportunity. You have to be in that top 15 or else your FNCS is over.
Yeah, things just got real, right? The difficulty bar jumping a significant amount. If you didn't do it in your first 3 games out of the upper bracket, well, obviously this is it. Playtime's over. It's down to the wire. For those that just have their last chances now, a redemption opportunity here as we clean the slate, essentially. And even then, for the first game here, pressure couldn't be more real for these opponents here.
And just look at the diversity spreading across the map currently. Some teams choosing to shift into drops that they hadn't originally chosen. The real question I'm wondering is how studied some of these switched up routes actually are for a good portion of our lobby here. If they have made changes to their initial drop. And a handful of teams also are going to get the benefits. Some coaching opportunities coming in at the last minute, I know. Pilot and Jack, coached by Hen and Vano over from EU. Those guys staying up real late to try and help out a couple of friends, see if they can get that qual online.
Yeah, it's part of the fun of the Fortnite community. You definitely see professional players band together, mix things up, put their knowledge to the test, right? It's one of the fun parts about being fully invested in. Well, let's take a look at this fight here. This is the first time we actually get to watch this fight early on from the perspective of Crackley and Joe. I like what's starting to go down right here. Crackley's going to initiate the battle, feeling much more confident. He's got a good amount of builds as well. He's going to get the better half of the exchange here with the first tags going in to his favor.
Fix and Stacky definitely under a fair amount of pressure right now. Crackley, Joe, seemingly better positioning for the time being. Joe might be opting to look for a little bit more materials before he chooses to try and rejoin this engagement. Crackley now gonna go layer up, rejoin with Joe. But again, it's really just about how long can you extend these engagements if you only have 5 builds. But at the same time, you want to make sure that you push this other duo off of your drop, so that way you can not only gather whatever resources they'd managed to take away from you in that instance, but get that nice elimination damage online too.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking more like, you just played 3 games and clearly top 25 was hard to achieve being contested, right? Like, now that you have to get top 15, what makes you think it's going to go any better should you take these early game battles, right? Especially if you're Crackley and Joe. So I want to see adjustments being made here. Like, this is the final chances now. And for a top 15, you actually have to do pretty good in both games, at least 2 of the 3, in my opinion, in order to be up towards the top.
Yeah, for Pilot and Jack, this is no romantic stroll on the beach side. It's Aaron and Chance looking to play spoiler here for Pilot and Jack. Chance actually going to get chased with the launch pad now, refusing to let Pilot escape for free. This is going to be a little bit of a time sink, though, depending on how long it takes for Chance to actually catch up to Pilot. He's gone quite a ways from his initial landing spot, but again, when teams are all contesting each other, this is likely just Chance and Aaron trying to set a tone for how they expect this early game fight to actually break down. And they've made it all the way to the Marigold. That's quite a long rotate at this point just to try and follow up on Pilot. Now Aaron gonna look to provide some additional shots here. Shield's getting incredibly low for Pilot. One more shot. That's all it's gonna take. And yeah, that's gonna be Aaron getting credit with that secondary elimination there. A little bit tragic since we just mentioned, or since I just mentioned, Pilot and Jack, you know, they've got some of EU's best minds trying to help them out, but hey, just gotta shake it off and go again next.
Yeah, I'm more surprised they didn't come across another team that entire time. You know, normally you find some other resistance on a long chase like that, and that'll, you know, deter the teams from really committing and maybe making a second or separate decision. But GG's nonetheless. Here we have a fight that already broke out, played its course. Rokane and Revise are going to be the winners of 1. The Shadow and Walkers now want a piece of this, as they're coming in, sitting on the sidelines now. And this is one of those things too, right? Some teams are coming in with a fresh mentality where, you know, Rokane and Revise, they already played their hand, had a little bit of time to reset, recalibrate. So anything can truly happen in these next 3 games.
It's also interesting to note, Rokane and Revise seemingly adjusting their drop strategy as well, likely because they wanted to try and challenge Walkers and Shadow for the Forecast Tower. But instead, seems as though that might just go in favor of Walkers and Shadow based on how they're able to box up around that structure. Same mentality here for Creon and Ignale. So we've got a couple of teams with established forecasts now online. Definitely going to be a massive help just having that guaranteed visual of all future zones for the duration of this game. Because again, with only 3 lobbies to work with, MDF, getting off to a hot start in the first one, that could be all it takes to solidify your place in that top 15.
Yeah, definitely. I think the momentum's going to really determine a lot for some teams here today. Vorteca Sigma sitting still for the time being as they consider the loot they're sitting on not worth abandoning just yet. Other teams still listening nearby. A little late to the rotate. Maybe honestly interfering on what would have been their second elimination pickup. Bryson Chubbs also joining here as we jump into the lower bracket. The back 3 games here of the day. Fresh lobby, fresh roster here. 25 have already moved on, solidified their grand final spots.
And things can kind of work both ways too. For those teams that already got to participate in the upper bracket for those 3 matches earlier on today, you want to think they've got a little bit of warm-up at least involved. But for the other half of this lobby, players, teams like Encrypted and Ducky forced to wait on the sidelines until it's their chance to shine. And they know they only have those very limited 15 spots to try and work their way into. It can definitely be tough, both for the teams that have already been playing. You want to make sure that your mental isn't too heavily impacted by not finding yourself in that top 25, because again, you can't really expect things to always go perfectly. But Dragon here caught up by Braids, but it's actually Braids who's going to be forced to try and back out this narrow hallway. Dragon, really good control inside of the Lavish Lair.
This is interesting. Dragon and Chris went from, you know, being contested against Clix and Epic Whale, and now they have Visuals and Braze deciding to kind of step into their territory a little early here in this first game. These are all teams that are familiar with, of course, the format on the day. Coming fresh out of the last 3. They're clearly not performing good enough to make it to grand finals just yet. Tahi and Senton in that same conversation as well. And we see some life from them here today.
Well, one thing that's certainly bound to get them started off with a decent mid-game is the fact that they're looking to confirm this cash currently. Definitely not the only teams stuck with engagements though. Raze, nice knock onto Flexi. That's going to be a full piece finish. 3 eliminations now here for Raze and Higher as they keep their charge pushing forward. They want Flexi's teammate Haji doing what he can to try and escape. Just barely managing to get the slip to Raze and Higher for the time being. But again, Haji won't be able to get knocked just yet.
Spotted him. Oh my gosh, and a clean tag right there. I wonder if Higher and Raze are feeling like keying might be the solution to their game. Get it in and get out. Or if these eliminations just land on their lap. Either way, it's looking pretty good for them right now as they have plenty of spoils to choose from here. A lot of old builds to chill out in as well as the zone has continued to favor them. Asian Jeff and Oliver OG looking pretty good as well as they secure themselves a cashway here at the railway. Zone couldn't be better for them either. They could just continue to move out here shortly afterwards. Good spot for prime surge tags here for the time being.
Asian Jeff and Oliver probably don't want to be peeking from the same wall though, just in case. We have seen how devastating one Reaper Sniper headshot can be for a duo. But again, I'm right there with you. Definitely like the mentality there. They got the cash, they've got materials and resources. All they need now is to just get those surge tags online. And being up on a point in elevation, there are the Reckless Railways, where you know you're going to have a lot of foot traffic going around that area. Should be a little bit easier for them to come by that damage, but definitely a bit of a development here for Oliver OG and Asian Jeff. Two separate duos in the direct vicinity to them. But not...
Man, we knew they wanted to fight, right? But I didn't think they were going to jump on a box like this, especially this soon in the game. So G-Money and Diego clearly were already in the fight with the team. Oliver OG and Asian Jeff try to time the entrance here. And I mean, they're here for sure, but now they force themselves into a bit of a stalemate where, as we know, anything can happen. One false move and all of a sudden this duo's on your backs, right? And then things just go really south from there. So Asian Jeff and Oliver OG not taking a more dominant position, maybe from the top down, I'm a little concerned about. But here they go. They are likely to start getting a move on here.
Good approach from Oliver to apply some pressure onto Vilox from above. Asian Jeff as well. Looking for some shots from a little bit of a spaced out distance, but Asian Jeff will again fall back to their low ground builds. Him and Oliver had established earlier on, but not every single one of these boxes belongs to them. Asian Jeff knows that as well. He's mostly trying to control things off this left-hand side of these pre-builds. Vilox as well. I was talking about a couple of duos in the area, but Vilox all by his lonesome. Diego plays as well on the hunt here. That's Walkers in shadow. Strolling next to some old bases. Definitely wary of the fact that there's bound to be some players possibly lurking in the bushes. So they're gonna opt for the low ground approach here. Might as well use the natural terrain to avoid taking shots.
Yeah, no teams in sight either. They're gonna have a good time getting to their next positioning. Jump on over to the recently spawned Rift Island and have the Hispanic boys up top. Krizix and Dragonel. There's a team here. This is not a completely free Rift Island, or actually they might just be below them, so they have this entirety to themselves at the moment.
It's definitely loot that Krizix and Dragon need too, by the looks of things. They're not completely horrible as far as their loot is concerned, but the capture point gonna provide some nice little goodies that they could definitely utilize. Also gonna bring Krizix up towards that 6 small shield potions. If he opts for them, might just be Dragon's responsibility to carry those, given the Flowberry Fizz. Krizix would prefer to take in hand here. Macwood, Blake. Again, another team seemingly struggling. Hard to take these long-range fights right now for Macwood. Just does not have a whole lot of ammunition to work with.
Yeah, this is a tough spot to be in right here. I mean, a team like this needs a weapons cache or something. They need that train to come by. They got to get moving. This is a bad spot to be in, especially if you're, Macwood and Blake in this situation where, Blake's just coming off the down bad moment of the last couple games, so
Getting
he's trying to
emoted
play
on by
catch up here.
clicks.
This is a sign of desperation, going into old builds, hoping to find even maybe some leftover bodies or something like that, but there's just nothing for them to work with here just yet.
You can tell that Blake and Macwood are definitely contemplating where their next method of approach should be, because again, if you only have 20 medium ammo and hardly any shotgun shells to work with, yeah, you're just not going to be able to survive this mid-game, much less get surge tag damage that you would need. You don't want to find yourself getting pressured out by the rest of the lobby either. Slightly better notes, though, for TK and Bacon. They've got a good overview right now. You can definitely tell Creep and Hades, one team at least that's nearby, but Creep, Hades not exactly giving any openings, so TK is gonna opt to just shoot at some wood builds a little bit further north from his current position.
Also a team worn down here, 60 bullets left for his rifle, looking pretty tough. We're seeing the starts of teams that will have to take a fight for one reason or another. Meanwhile, Chubbs and Bryce continue to base up here on the backside. They've wasted a lot of time here, and it is time to go. Out comes the double edits. They should be crash bashing here soon. They got the effects of the fizz, and there they go off to the races. Blake and Macwood are going to be right behind them, but we already know that they don't really even have ammunition to, you know, for leisure fire here. And those are the little setbacks there, the little opportunities that you can see that having a rough start to your game, having a bad route kind of takes its course, takes effect.
But Bryson Chubbs getting so split up there since Bryce didn't catch that initial crash pad footing. So unfortunate. Hopefully he's able to reconvene with Chubbs without too many problems in between. But as for Ponder and Evagus, they're just stuck sitting on top of the box that Fishy and Beast are currently situated in. But again, you look to aggress from above. Teams recognize this desperation almost. And now Ponder, Evagus, they're trying to just outlast this surge damage. But for how much longer can they realistically afford to give up so many of their resources? So now it's going to be a full key into the box. Fishy and Beast, though, ample prepared for it. Zero issues, just another couple of eliminations to pile to the tally count.
I'm just shaking my head. That was unfortunate. They had so many heals. They had so many different ways they could have played that. Ammunition to play slightly longer range, put a little more pressure, go from different sides, Flowberry Fizz, like, but instead they just opted for the ram into the wall strategy. And that's just so unfortunate. Look how quickly the surge cut off as well. Just a couple players have to go down. So many questions, but you live, you learn. Game one concludes for them. We continue on here. The zone's already moving. This is the first of it. It's coming right back south into the hands of Blake, Macwood, some of those other shambles teams. Gets to tune in with Scented, who's already made his way to the zone here. No Tahi as well. Barely above the surge. This is a team that just hasn't found their footing. Haven't seen anything good come out of it. It's just a matter of time, likely, before he gets backed up.
Scented wants to find some shots, but as long as Bacon and TK are this close by, probably recognizing the fact that this is likely a solo they're dealing with in front of them, but Scented still doing his best to try and hold his ground. Depending on how TK and Bacon actually want to make the approach here. But now Scented, he's got that surge take damage breaking into his shields. Might end up having to... No, fortunately going to be bailed out by some players getting a limb, so will find himself just above that surge damage threshold. But things are definitely still looking a little bit too dicey. And Scented likely wanting to just wait for TK and Bacon to make their rotational approach first. Because as a solo, you never want to be in front of the duo. And Justin wishing that his duo could back him up here, but Moo also on the retreat with only 3 HP, no heals. Takes out a crash pad though, just to stop another team from looking for a rotates that might be following up behind him.
I'm just thinking, like, we saw the zones on the other side. He was really close to it, but he came back. What did your teammate have? What did he tell you? What kind of information did you just gather for you to come back here? I hope there's heals, because otherwise this is going to be a little sketchy. Well, here it is. Everyone's moved out. It's a grapple hook. And it's a grapple hook. All right, that's what you got to work with. 3 HP and a grapple blade here. And it seems to work out pretty well so far. Can he get in a cone or something to protect himself? Of course not. GG for Moo.
I mean, when you're operating with getting sneezed on HP and finding yourself
One
being
health.
limbed, very similar circumstances right now for Scented, as he's doing his best to utilize this bush for a little bit of extra coverage. Fortunately enough for him, still has at least 1 shield potion that he can expend, but those 2 shield fish already ate up. Is now Scented trying to get little bit further ahead of things. But he has to key this team in their box, and it's Sigma and Vorteca. Vorteca, though, eating a massive chunk of damage. Scented, though, doing what he can. He needs to break into these boxes. Oh, just not enough. Sigma turns it around, no problem.
Sigma.
Scented's play of desperation, not going to work out for him.
It was looking so good until it wasn't. Now Bryson Chubb's also in the same dire situation right here. 2v2 fight breaking out below them. They have options to pick from. It's just a matter of time here. They go for the first wall that's weakened. They edit in a pump fake, but nothing connects there. The timing just a little bit off. Bryson Chubbs get taken out there to the pressure. And now the zone starts to move too, so there's a world of players on some late rotates here. We already knew that there was a good amount of damage that had to take its toll here before things settled down. Walkers and Shadow find themselves in that same situation as well. They do win their fight, but Shadow at 1 HP has to find a moment to heal here. He will, but he loses Walkers already as they try to make their way on in. Oh,
At least Shadow still has 2 more medkits to operate with, even if he doesn't have anything for those shields. He's at least going to try to build up side of this cliff face for the time being. The fact that he even made it across the body of water was insane, and yeah, just no more luck remains as Raze and higher.
They must have a lot of eliminations. They are still going, and they're alive.
I
They're
gotta stand
together.
up or else I'm gonna fall
They're
asleep.
not like a solo,
I'm like
so they haven't
so
been punished
tired.
for all
That's
the
why I'm
teams
not
they
actually
fought so
playing
far.
the game.
I'm curious to see where WTJ, Raze, and higher are. This could be their game that separates them from the pack and allows them to go straight to grand finals here.
Seems like Higher and Raze maybe taking note of that performance out of Reet and Ritual earlier on, and
Seriously.
confidence is key. They've been taking these aggressive fights and coming out on top. Right now, up top, though, going to be Sigma, just continuing to tarp out on the high ground.
Questionable.
It's a
So
really
questionable.
early investment of all of his hard materials, that's for sure.
Very, very early for them to do this. More often than not, you'll see a team just fight you because you put all this space between you and your duo mate too soon, too early. And that's exactly what happens before I even get to set the stage, set the conversation up. And now Plur and Slumcho might actually be okay now because they didn't commit, right? They didn't start this whole thing. It didn't cost them that much. And now they have to sit so many layers above the opponents that they might be untouchable for quite some time.
Hell yeah.
They really just stole Sigma's hype project out from underneath him.
Yeah.
And now TK, opposite end of things at the bottom. Big shot though onto Vorteca. That's a nice elimination refresh that TK just managed to find, but might be a short-lived victory here. TK trying to throw up walls for his life. Krizik's doing everything he can to force his way into TK's box, but finally TK
He is
managing to create just a
awesome, man.
little bit of space, gets the small shield potion online, and now
Needs heals.
the decent amount of builds. He's going to continue to tarp through these make-ground layers. Finally gets a chance to check behind him, see if there's anybody else who could look for another possible refresh opportunity. Keep in mind, 4 points per elimination. It can stack up in these endgame moments.
Yeah, it was a crazy elimination. Picks up 1,500 builds off that body right there. Raze and higher, we talked about likely our Elam leaders here in the game so far. They're at 7 right now. And you can see that the mats are starting to run thin. This is where we got to see, you know, how much have they learned in high tier, big lobby competitive action. What do they do when their backs are against the wall? How do they play as a duo here in these final moments? They find a tag, get 1. That's huge. Get 2. Can they get the 3rd? This is for the tournament run right here. Win conditions are in front of them. This is going to allow them to stretch it out.
Damn.
Oh, but there was a player there. Higher didn't
even
see him
notice that.
lurking, staring at the med kit. That is the difference between like 10th and 5th or maybe even better placements. So unfortunate, but what a great game either way.
Even better still, though, is the fact that high ground has completely belonged to Plur and Slumcho. Rest of the lobby, 0 opportunities to check upwards. No one trying to challenge for height. Instead, Ignali, Creon, trying to do their best to maintain a little bit of low ground control. Golden gonna jump out in front of Ignali here. But Ignali, he's just trying to utilize this final build that belongs to Golden. Big refresh, though, with an elimination onto Golden. Also got credit for an elimination onto Cash a little bit earlier on, but Plur, Slumcho, they just want to finish.
Slumcho.
They want to start things off with a bang here.
This is pretty insane too, because they have like 6 med kits between the two of them, so they're not going for the heal off. They're going to finish things up, clean up house, and just like that, they take the first victory royale with what was honestly a executed great high ground retake into a victory royale. So well played for them, recognizing that the team that was up there doing it.
Okay, so that was just game number 1. Let's take a look at this top 10 and see how things are going. Right off the gate, 48 points just for top 10, right? And again, you can't just have one good game like Slumcho and Slime. There's still a little more work to be done, just like MDF said, right? You have to make sure you have at least one more.
So much of the off spawn, as Vivid pointed out, seemingly dictating the pacing for the rest of these games.
Yeah, this is what determines everything essentially. Not only is it 8 points worth right here, but of course this is what sets you up to be ahead of the competition if you can end these battles pretty quickly. But all in all, we know what the risk is involved when you take these early game fights. The statistics show more often than not, teams that take these initial battles do have a harder time overall. Let's see it. Cash left to play defense here. Cash is a pretty fun creator, fun guy to be around. Let's see how it works out. Not good enough. No clutch here for him today. Furtis and Esho come out on top for the early game engagement here. We get to jump on over to Macwood and Blake. Seemingly getting pressured by Eoxy, not making it easy for them to get comfortable here through the drop spot by any means. And they've caught Eoxy's teammate already here on the drop, so pretty decent start for them. Again, it's still 4 points.
But this is a switch up for Macwood and Blake. They've been opting to go for Snooty pretty much the entire, or at least in the last match, but as far as what we saw from Macwood and Blake in the upper bracket as well. So now that they're here at the Marigold looking to challenge Eoxy and Flow on their loop path, could be a little bit of a struggle, that's for sure, but Eoxy definitely looking slightly better as far as what he's operating with. That is up until you realize that Flow no longer a participant to this lobby unless Eoxy is able to get that reboot card back online. Blake and Macwood getting some nice surge tags onto Eoxy as well.
They're pushing. They're coming all the way in. They're here to do it live.
And for good reason.
Tags.
It's really just the points. That's all that Macwood's after. Be hard-pressed to believe that he lets Eoxy get away from here. Macwood and Blake have a lot of ground to make up for, given their earlier than intended departure from the last lobby. Macwood just still bearing down on Eoxy, but Eoxy's not making it easy for him. Just won't be enough at the very end, though.
That's good support too from Blake there. To find those tags there, really soften up the target, making it impossible to fill. And now they're going off to the edges. We already know, I was just gonna say, Pilot was chased all the way up this beach. Likelihood of them crossing another team is still there. Let me jump back in with Tahi here. Little early look at the Classy courts, their drop spot, start to piece together what all has been going wrong for this team here. They have a drop spot, they have it uncontested. There's really no excuse for them not to perform better than they are in the mid-game. On over to Shampoo and Decay here, pushing a team on the outer edge. Have to assume they opened up with a couple tags because they definitely have this team hurt right now.
So really strong rotate out of Shampoo as well off the crash pad, but ate a massive shot for it. You can tell him taking a moment, kind of a pause here, waiting for Decay to catch up. And that is going to provide a little bit of a space advantage now. Zuko will manage to escape for the time being, but could be a short-lived victory here. Okay, seems like he's got a really good idea of which direction Zuko even headed. And he's going to give chase for it for the time being. At least wanting to see if he can maybe apply a little bit more pressure. An elimination would certainly
Oh my gosh.
Damn.
go a long way here.
Raiding.
Those were some tags.
Great tags. And honestly, really, really great execution of the start of that battle, isolating the teammate out. So they made that very, very easy for themselves. Did everything right. Honestly, pretty textbook at that point. Back on over Chubbs and Bryce, who are very much split up from one another. Surprisingly made a pretty okay appearance there towards the end of the game.
But again, just another one of our NA teams that's definitely been having a tough time with finding their footing in these lobbies. It's now Skater, Walty, the last of their Flowberry Fizz going to be expended here. Grapple Blades, more than good enough to create a little bit of a gap here between them and the duo behind them. Skater and Walty though, I mean, you get out, sure. You can fall back to the slot barrel even, get some old resources, clearly inside of buildings that they're familiar with, but at the same time, MDF, this is a pretty big investment. It's a pretty big time sink as well, and they've got a decent amount of ground to cover.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those plays that can start to backfire if you stick around for a little too long. We're starting to get to that point here. They've already exhausted the old heals, like you said, that they had at this previous drop spot that they started at. The other team feels the same way. They're luckily also disengaging, so everyone there should unlock a little more tournament life for the time being. Back on over to Ignali and Creon. We're on a big time rotate here, trying to get to the Grands. Second place right now for this team.
I was just going to say that this is the same team. We saw them in lobby number 1 getting control of that forecast tower over by Dumpenhausen, which is where they've rotated from now to be at the Grand Glacier. But having that forecast online is definitely going to bode pretty advantageous. Have to expect that they're trying to utilize some of that north side elevation, just going to get a good viewpoint of other teams surrounding the area, see if they can get some additional tags early. That way their mid game can just be all about positional focus.
This is dangerous territory to be in. Team on the heels right now of Oliver OG and Agent Jeff. They don't realize how quickly they're starting to close in here. If they don't get into some kind of protective position or decide where they're going to base up, this could get pretty bad. There it is. They decide to base down here. This Tahi, Havoc. Couple duos, fresh duos rolling in. Now we get to see Shadow Walkers versus Decay and Champo. Teams that have overstayed their welcome here on the west side of the map. The zone's going to end up forcing this party a little bit closer inwards, but I think this is a pretty evenly matched team. We've seen, I guess, a pretty impressive setup before from Decay and Champo, so I know very much well of what Shadow and Walkers are capable of, and I think this will be a good fight if it breaks out in the fair 2v2.
Definitely valid looks here, but zone fights taking place in a couple of fringe places on the edge of the map here. Pilot, Jack, still haven't escaped the shore side just yet. Pilot fighting for his life right now even. Aaron, Chance, barreling down into the boxes, but it's gonna be Aaron finding the first elimination there onto Jack. Chance
Again
collects the one onto Pilot, and yeah, it's the exact same duo, just mercilessly chasing down Pilot and Jack.
Yeah, Pilot and Jack's chances at top 15 are pretty much nullified if they do not win the next game. After getting taken out that quickly, both of these games back to back, there would have to be a ridiculous point spread for them to have a chance at this point, and that's how quickly, you know, your opportunity to the grand finals can end, essentially. Taking these early game battles in, you know, situations like that are just too much risk involved there. No Chubbs here for Bryce.
No, unfortunately, Chubbs picked off just moments ago based on what that Elim feed was saying, but Bryce, even without Chubbs, it's still early enough in the mid-game that Bryce could definitely opt for a reboot ban opportunity. That's only if he was able to collect Chubbs' card, though. Not sure how feasible that was, but G-Money and Diego down for the count momentarily. G-Money just got to clutch it up right now up against the likes of Siren. G-Money throwing his duo back, just trying to protect him inside of these hard builds. Siren actually going to go for the opportunity to try and get a little bit more shield online, but recognizes can't let this go for free. Siren instead turned on by G-Money. Now it's G-Money who's just charging down Siren. Wanted to just go for the revamp initially onto his teammate, but G-Money may have done enough. Now Siren here to play the heckler one more time, understanding the fact that if Diego gets back up and running, it's going to be 2 versus 1 with other teams circulating the area as well. Siren only had seconds to make a decision, and now the opportunity slips away. G-Money and Diego still left as a duo here. And they might be able to even prevent Siren from progressing any further, depending on how Siren actually maneuvers through Reckless Railways.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I respect G-Money's decision to back off there and play very much cautiously, just proving how much he cares about this chance at the grand finals for the FNCS right now. And while that's all happening, I'm like, you know, trying to see the edge of the map, just trying to catch a glimpse potentially if Oliver OG and Asian Jeff, if they're still there as well. Some pretty aggressive fights going down around them. Back on our Walkers and Shadow, though, this fight continues on from the outskirts like we talked about. I'm more confused as to why they're going tit for tat here, as their game and tournament life is on the line right now, and you don't really want to drag out fights like this for too long. Look at this, the marker comes out, they find Champo out of position here temporarily.
And what's crazy is Champo and Decay are just so far removed from the situation. Like, they have literally zero interest in continuing that exchange. I recognize the fact that that's just not a position they're going to be able to leverage in that circumstance. So I'd rather fall back, regroup, see if they can gauge a better direction to make an approach there at the Rebels Roost. But yeah, MDF, a lot of edge map teams taking these fights really early on. Oliver OG, you asked about him. Asian Jeff still kicking at the bottom of Rift Island currently. And Oliver OG, he can hear all the action.
Do it.
He wants his piece of the pie.
Yeah, no, I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, little as you know, there are a lot of teams up here. Yeah, you may need the brick, but is it worth it? Now you're entering into the fray here. Still, turns out to be a net positive for the time being. Continuing to invest in, and we'll see what happens. Meanwhile, right above them, ending
these
to
builds.
a couple players. A lot going on here. This is the risk you take, though, right?
I guess this is just what happens when you have like 4 different teams duking it out over at Rift Island. But the development of this situation here at the top of Rift Island, MDF, a lot of it's really just going to depend. Asian Jeff and Oliver OG, they actually have a pretty good opportunity here if they want to try and essentially control the launch pads. Might be some teams hanging out on this Rift Island that could be looking for an easy rotate out, but Oliver OG and Asian Jeff are going to continue to move a little bit more central. Amazingly enough, the capture point also not yet been claimed.
Yeah, that's actually the bigger surprise right now. I thought it would have been claimed by Havoc above there for a second, but that fight really set them back, and they didn't even think about going for it. So well, there you have it. To all of our surprise, Asian Jeff and Oliver OG, and they're somehow miraculously walking out of here with even a better situation. More brick, clearly, control of the launch pad now and the entire cache. So GG's for them.
Last one's up, but the first to prosper, seemingly enough. They're at the Rift Island. And another mild success story here for Chubbs and Bryce. So, reboot van clearly was a successful rescue mission. Question now, though, is how much time did that really eat into Chubbs and Bryce's strategy here? Because you obviously want to try and get ideal positioning for some of these mid-game zones, but instead, Chubbs and Bryce set so far back, having to go for that reboot van instead, so could be in some serious need for surge tag damage.
Yeah, and you could tell that I think this is definitely the case when they're pretty far removed from the zone right now, and they're willing to kind of stake out that duo that's in front of them, hoping that they likely grapple blade out first and catch some tags while they rotate. Back on over to the Rift Island area. And things are pretty quiet for the time being, so everyone here is more or less settled in a groove and in the zone. Not much for Tahi and Scented to get involved with here, though. I'm not sure if the play's going to be that they're just going to have to go up this island here shortly.
Whether they like it or not, they're likely going to have to get active pretty soon here, MDF, because they're only 78 above that damage threshold. They do have options, though, given the amount of shots being fired still at the top of Rift Island. That could be what Scented and Tahi are actually opting to wait for. And checking back in with Bryce and Chubbs. Encrypted Ducky, just one layer above now. Encrypted, exposed entirely. Bryce gonna instantly look to try and turn him into mincemeat, but instead it's gonna be Ducky with the follow-up backup. No, Chubbs one more time watches as Bryce gets full elimed. But this is still a fight that Chubbs is willing to take. Managed to secure at least 1-2 shield potions. So could get his shields back to full, but keep in mind, 2-tick zone. It's gonna chip away at both of these teams so rapidly. Chubbs knows he's got at least a med kit that he can work with here. But at the same time, losing Bryce, that was the last intention this duo had in mind.
Yeah, I just don't know how Bryce doesn't finish that right there. He had everything that he needed starting to stack in his favor. Encrypted makes a mistake, cones him in, perfectly trapped, hits the big tag. And then it's like he just forgot to follow up. I think, yeah, things just suddenly flipped upside down, and Ducky comes in with an incredible save, which I didn't see coming at all.
Might have been a pretty big save for Ducky in terms of making sure that Encrypted stays standing here. Asian Jeff, Oliver OG, though, we saw them at the top of Rift Island. We heard there was definitely plenty of action bumping in place. Havoc quickly toasted by Asian Jeff. And Asian Jeff, he's not done just yet. N.A. Malabuka.
Dang.
I don't think Malabuka would be moving like this now. Asian Jeff coming out on top. 2 eliminations, 8 beautiful points added to the tally. And given that they were, what, 17th heading into game number 2, that's a massive opportunity for them to siege advantage of.
It's actually insane. I'm really against them going up to the Rift Island because the risk involved, but it turned out to be the best decision, the best move for them. Set of eliminations. Now they're above the surge here. They have some room to work with. Max material, upgraded, you know, mythical loadouts, legendary loadouts. Like, they just set themselves up for what could be a huge game right here. Now they just have to stay grounded, essentially. Look at this zone. The zone's gonna pull wickedly to the west right now.
Nah, these zones actually hate the players. I've never been more convinced.
This is a rough one.
The water zone, this far west pool zone, practically gonna force a lot of these teams to honestly have to traverse back over the water in the first place. But
That Skibbity toilet roll
definitely a
is Sigma
vicious
vibes,
cycle
bro. Like,
so
I don't
far
want anything to do with you, bro.
today with some of these zone pools, but
I don't want none
good
of
crash
that.
ban, good flow barrier usage out of Tahi and Scented.
I love that you're
They're gonna
chatting.
opt to drop
Like,
to
I
the
don't
low
want
ground as well.
you to be
just
talking
wanna
like that in my
try
chat.
and keep themselves
I don't need none
as
of that
eyes off as possible from
in
the
my
rest
life.
of the lobby.
It's actually a great rotate. Well timed, nice and early. Let's jump in with Chubb solo.
If that's in your
It's the first
everyday
time Hydra gets the
vocabulary, you're
finish as the
fucking
TP
poisoned.
tails on Hydra.
It's so sad.
Russ was like, yo, bro, I don't know what just happened, but I'm good. Where you at? And he left him in the box. Chubbs finds a good set of points here. This is all that matters, is that it's not for nothing this game, right? Like, earn what you can so that you can come in here in the last game and get that top 15. And so far, he's doing it.
The only thing Chubbs is really hurting for right now is just a little bit of white heals. If you can find even bandages at this point. Higher gonna be the initial focus, but it was just Chubbs putting some spray down. Now he's gonna offer the rotate instead. As a solo, wants to do his best to try and stay ahead of these zones, but gotta be careful because you don't want to find yourself getting picked off in the process. And with the last of his Flowberry Fizz coming out, Chubbs, it's gonna be quite the
Like,
endeavor
literally change your
for him
name
from
if you're
this
gonna
position.
talk.
This is actually a good terrain for a solo to be in right now. Works out really well. It's a nice, easy slope. Not too steep, not too crazy, but a lot of protection, a lot of cover to work around as well. So I think we're going to be able to see someone like Bryce pull pretty far right now. For Chubbs there. Dago plays in G Money, setting themselves up for success now. Little elimination set there, brings them on up to 3. Not quite rewarded with a ton of material, but still something to gain nonetheless for Macwood and Blake. They're at the far side of the zone, but they do have a grapple blade to work with. 5 Elans right now, so really turning online right now in this game, and here goes it. End up buffing themselves up for the time being and blading on out to the side here.
Actually going to be one of the first few teams in the lobby to touch down inside of this next zone, but again, Blake, Macwood, fully understanding they have a lot of ground to cover. Blizzard just doing his best magic hat, just a full-on appearance. Pulling a rabbit out of the hat, except it was Blizzard inside of Macwood and Blake's box. Nearly took out Blake in the process too, so good awareness from Macwood to back up his duo. And like I was mentioning, these two fully aware after how their last game shaped up. They've got to go big in this lobby if they want to feel a little bit more comfortable with how that final match will play out. And 6 elims, definitely a good spot to be in.
Not again. Not another team basing out this early before the zone even starts to move. Well, we
We're
saw what
slamming
happened
Slump
last
Joe.
game. I mean, this is what happens when, you know,
You're
you
so
get to
dumb.
day 3, right? Lower bracket, like
Lower bracket, day
all
3.
all the plays are coming out. Well, we'll see what happens though. Ultimately, Shadow and Walkers are, or can be considered amongst some of the more experienced players in these lobbies right now. Tahi down here by himself, 123 damage below the surge. Things are looking pretty dire here in the low ground. Chubbs barely holding on to his game as well. So we talked about it, gave it a second, and new high ground. Folks up top, Shadows down. I mean, I could have said, you know, I told you so, but you know, whatever. It's all good.
Sometimes it's just not even necessary. But only time will tell if another team chooses to try and skybase in the 8th zone.
I just don't know why. It's just so.
Just look at how far up they made it, though. They really took this to some height. And now Macwood Blake easily gonna fall back here, just completely perched at their elevated thrones right now. How long can they hold those? Is another question entirely. Chubbs doing his best. Actually gonna commit with a grapple towards front side low. Not as much congestion having built up here since Chubbs got out ahead of everybody else. Might have an opportunity even to look for another elimination. He's already picked up 3. Tahi, on the other hand, just finding himself trying to do everything he can to keep things moving forward, but down to his final 3 builds. He's got to try and hang more towards the backside of these moving zones, and Tahi breaks in, trying to attempt to get into Walker's box. Tahi might be able to do it, but no, not good enough. Walker's gonna find an elimination there instead. Chubbs now trying to
Oh,
hold his own.
Chubbs is crazy with it. Chubbs is going crazy right now. So not only has he been solo for the majority of this game, longer than he's been a duo, but he is continuing to find eliminations, and he just singled out another solo behind him. I hope he turns focus here and picks that one up too. He's now inside the top 10 and has 4 eliminations. This could be the defining top 15 run for him right now. He just watched a player walk by him. It's Walker's there. He's got options. He's got so many to work with. Here it is on the heels. He's got the grapple blade. One more to get into the safe zone, but no, doesn't quite find it in there. 2 HP, still alive here, still on the hunt now. What a run.
Got scared for a moment, but he was gonna put a toe just too long into the zone. Chubbs now crawling through this low ground. All these wood builds surrounding him. Chubbs, he's got to come up big with his next shot. That's if he can make sure to even stay keeping from these zone ticks.
Oh,
No, the
you
hesitation,
suck,
the
dude.
hesitation. But it's almost the top 5 for him. Still good nonetheless.
get
Oliver
killed by
OG, Asian
somebody.
Jeff in another big end game. We talked
Just
about
don't die
it.
to storm,
We said
dude.
that's all that they needed. The little platform that give them the boost, give them the momentum, and then make that end game in top 15 is yours. And it looks like they have just all but done it. 72 points earned this game. They already came into this with about 20 or so points in top 17. So this is the run for Asian Jeff and Oliver OGs as they're setting themselves up for the FNCS Grand Finals appearance. Who would have thought it? Asian Jeff having quite the year already.
Oh my
He
gosh,
continues to
dude.
rage on here. Oliver OG comes in the nick of time with the heals there, and Blake finds his elimination there to finish things up. Taco, I mean, this is looking great for a lot of the favorites right now.
It all depends though, because Macwood, you have to notice, he doesn't have any white heals. Oliver OG actually had 2 med kits in hand. So now it's all gonna fall down to whether or not Oliver OG can manage to secure another handful of heals. Also has to be careful he doesn't succumb to that storm sickness. But Oliver OG, you can see his last med kit, it just ran out. He's scurrying through every single one of these builds, but he can't find Sanito. Sanito clutching up in a heal off, just fully content to stay back while the zone does the rest of the work for him.
Yeah, definitely.
Accruing. Let's take a look at the standings, though. A single game. Where did these games go, man? We're already 5 deep, and it feels like I blinked and it's gone. Anyway, Poppy Blast in Zyro, currently sitting in the #1 spot, 120 points. Vivid kind of called out 90 points-ish is like probably where we'd expect that top 15 to end. But look at Asian Jeff and Oliver OG in 4th place, jumping up 13 placements with just that one game.
Huge game from them right.
And for some of our competitors here today, this is technically their 6th lobby of the day, MDF. This is where you can expect things
All right,
like
chat. I
mental
think after this
fatigue
one, we're gonna start
really start to
spectating.
break down some of these players. But again, that's
OG.
part of the beauty of competitive, is watching as these teams manage to power through and adapt and overcome every single phase of stress and pressure that comes their way.
Macwood and Blake, great last game, coming on in. They have their draw spot to themselves, so all things looking sunny. So we jump on over to Illusion and Cash here. Curtis and Eshu did win the fight just last game. We talked about some of these early game battles having to be decided of whether or not it really means something to you. And look, Cash and company are like, hey, all right, you know what? We don't want to throw our game away. We need this more than Furtus and Eshu. Obviously, they got to survive the drop last time, and we don't have that luxury to take this fight right now.
Furtus and the Shoe definitely gonna be pretty happy about that one. Slightly different story here though for Justin Moo, Walty Skater. Walty 100% wants this engagement. So they're gonna take full advantage of some of these barrels. Get a little bit of shield, slot barrel especially. Now they've got a little bit of extra momentum here as they keep trying to see if they can find an angle to aggress while simultaneously making sure to loot up inside this building here. down by Research Rock.
Just listening to Justin here. And there it is. Opens up, finds attack, but then gets
You're so
punished.
bad.
What was that? Unfortunately, it does not get the headshot on the opening tag there. And Walty is left to turn this all around and clutch that up
Oh.
somehow. I don't know
Do these
how
guys?
Justin
Do you know how to play
failed
Fortnite?
to box up Sky the first
Yes.
time, but those kind of things do happen when the pressure's on. And just like that, if you get sent back to the lobby now, your run's over.
Unless you were already inside of the top 5, I think at this point, seemingly safe in terms of maintaining their position inside of that top 15. But yeah, for a team like Moo and Justin, unfortunately, the end of their run here today. Shadow and Walkers, though, not trying to meet the same fate here. Over by Ritzy Riviera. Decent loadout, though, for Shadow. Not sure what Walkers is rocking with, but matter of the fact is, coming from the edge of the west side of the map, could be some difficulties finding tags. Champo, pieced up, trying to get through the window. Actually going to turn it around. Shy going to be the first one to get elimed here. But Champo, Decay, incredibly low. Champo at least having an opportunity to get some shield back.
Both Decay and Champo continuing to flex names under the belts. Nicely done for them.
Bacon and TK now. Just clearing out a couple of old builds as they continue on their path forward. And the fact that Bacon is actually hiding here leads me to believe TK had an opportunity to at least point out the fact that Braids and Visuals are actually directly next to these guys. Braids got to be careful here. The way that Bacon is situated could definitely look for a pounce opportunity here. You can see TK also just steadily crawling around this bank here. And Bacon, likely even getting the audio cues, has to be
What
able
is he
to hear
doing?
everything that's taking place right now. Visuals, Braids, not a care in the world, really think that they believe themselves to be alone for the time being.
Could you imagine if Bacon could truly go prone in Fortnite? Like just really crawling
Covered by the
across
grass.
the bank. Yeah, it'd be insane. Wouldn't put it past Fortnite eventually, but for now, one can dream. Visitors and Braids have no idea what's happening right now. Danger awaits. TK doesn't find the opportunity he was looking for, but he had one, and I'm sure now he's not probably excited that he hesitated for the second there. But Bacon jumps into the mix. Okay, he gets a couple tags, he cuts them off, gets on top, and they're going to commit the resources. So this tells us they are likely going to look to finish this fight. Now, this is risky. If they get the 2 elims, they all but make it to top 15. If they get taken out now, they're on the bubble. Their lives and tournament runs are on the line. So how much heart do Bacon and TK have? How good do they feel about this battle? Clearly not good enough as they disengage out.
Almost surprised that TK and Bacon weren't able to look for a better conversion there in terms of looking for a knock or an elimination, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles.
I wasn't even worth. He built
So
4
now
walls.
tuning back in, Shadow, Walkers, Rokane incredibly low, just barely managing to hold on for the time being here. Shadow though continuing to pressure on one side of his box, Walkers on the other side of Rokane's builds. And now Walkers fully recognize the fact Rokane just doesn't have anything left in the tank, and that's going to be one more elimination to add to the tally. Have to assume Revised was the other one that Walkers was able to secure, and it's all because of this right here, Forecast Tower. Just recently spawning in, no issues at all for Walkers and Shadow to take care of those Legion grunts, and now with the Forecast having been secured, things could be shaping up pretty nicely here for Walkers in Shadow in their last game of the day.
Yep, and the 8 points to give them that little, you know, little leg to stand on there. Very, very big change of events for them right now. Might be the difference maker for grand finals right there. TK and Bacon move from point A to point B now. This time they're the prey to be hunted. As Diego and G Money are just looking for a chance, just looking for an opportunity, but I think Diego's making a little too much noise. Likely they've given up the surprise element. Yep, they knew where he was. He turned tail, gets on out of there.
You can almost sense the paranoia though in Diego when he's there trying to lurk, trying to get a surprise attack opportunity onto TK and Bacon, but the constant checking of his backside angle, since he didn't have G Money to give him direct coverage. For a moment, it looked like TK and Bacon were going to get a taste of their own medicine as far as the ninja tactics are concerned, but still no sneak attacks having proven to be successful just yet for teams in this lobby, at least not that what we've seen so far. But Sigma, Vorteca, they might want to get the party started here soon enough at Hazy Hillside. Gonna opt for a little crash pad rotation into some of the buildings here. Just trying to collect any sort of materials or resources that might not have been picked up by any of the teams that were already situated here.
Back on over to Plur here. Ooh, big tags coming from Aaron up above. They definitely are determining the pace of this battle right now. The action's in their side, and so much, in fact, he's going to jump down into their builds. He knows that they have to full heal right here. Not only that, they're still in the zone. They're not quite safe. Clean angle from Aaron there, but not enough to find the tag.
Difference being, though, Aaron not in the zone, or not in the storm, I should say. But still, not going to opt to stick around and wait things out. Having already secured a decent amount of surge tag damage. Sure, the 4 or 8 points from eliminations would be nice, but what's even better still is not having your final opportunity to land yourself inside of that top 15 slip away from what's honestly a little bit of an unnecessary engagement. So good on Aaron and Chance to recognize the fact that it's just not a fight that they're forced to take just yet.
Just good positioning all in all here for Chubbs and Bryce right now as they're looking around. He's gonna be a little upset he misses those tags though. And there's no one back here to pick from. Bryce and Chubbs are in 17th right now. Top 15 is the place to be. Kind of give you guys a look at how many teams are on the bubble right now, what these games mean for them. Grand finals.
And for Bryson Chubbs as well, as you had just noted, MDF, Chubbs probably unhappy with the fact he wasn't able to find any of those surge tags because, again, just wants to put himself into the best possible situation and is focused exclusively on positioning. And you're not going to find many opportunities, players exposing themselves super often. So if you see a chance to grab some tags, don't really have much choice but to try and opt for it. But if you come up unsuccessful, Bryson Chubbs also maybe recognizing the fact they're just a little bit too far away to try and opt for that rotate on their cache.
Agent Jeff, Oliver OG, sizing up TK and Bacon right now. It's gonna be a really good fight to break out between the two. There's the leaderboard to give us 4th and 7. 7th? Not quite safe. 4th, I'd give 108 points a solid shake that they're in the top 15. So
They're actually in 4th.
this is going to be a potentially good fight where Oliver OG and Agent Jeff, I think, know that they really don't have much to lose right now.
Which is pretty intimidating if you think about it. For some of these other teams, you've got, or at least I definitely believe that these teams are for sure checking the leaderboards in between each of these lobbies, and when you don't see your name inside of that top 5, but you recognize all the duos that are outside of it with you. Yeah, good reasoning behind TK and Bacon there to want to play things a little bit more cautiously, not just go jumping into Asian Jeff and Oliver OG's builds. But Ignali, Creon, this is a team we've seen for back-to-back lobbies now, taking advantage of the forecast tower that's southeast of Reckless Railways. Curious if they were able to secure it again this game. Suppose time will tell. And
Oh,
the routing of their
shit.
rotations, but don't get caught standing, Tex. Just
Bro was just
no
standing
idea
there.
of what kind of fate awaited him. Ignali with a
Get
massive
wrecked.
headshot there on the Reaper sniper. And yeah, that's going to be the immediate collapse. Creon, Ignali,
And they
more
finish.
than happy at the refresh they just managed
Finish
to
with
secure.
the sniper
And a
shot.
full 275 as well,
Damn.
carrying the bodies, so they know exactly what they're doing right now.
Damn, son.
They've set themselves up for success this game already. That's it, and now we're punching our way halfway through to the finish line here. So we're just getting to the back end of this early game now. Creep and Hades try to go for the Rift Island as well. Join this several amount of teams that are up top here. It's always the teams that are in shambles too, right? They really need the Brit. Such a great find here.
Yeah, but you use more brick than you
Well,
got
depends, though,
back.
because,
Like,
again,
why?
a lot
No one's gonna.
of teams
I
currently
know.
wanting
Oh, you don't want to
to
take
get
any
more than
chances,
just
but
materials. They want eliminations. They want damage
like
as
you're
well.
not going up
if they
in
can't
any
find those
materials
elims.
if you're just right.
So for the teams that are kind of just hovering around Rift Island right now, trying to take advantage
You know what I'm
of
saying?
farming out some mats, gotta be careful. There's Chubbs and Bryce opting to look down off of the Rift Island. Team boxed up, just slightly north from where Chubbs is currently at. But neither side going to be able to exchange any damage so far.
Your key, we already know snipers are in play at all times in this current meta. Nerface and Curly are going to be the teams to secure the cash here. Just realized a little touch there. FNC's flags on the Rift Island. Did you know that?
Actually, just not
Like, am I
realizing that as
tripping
well.
or
No.
what? That was pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. Hold up. Can we get more like in-game branding like that? It's actually sick.
What?
Anyways,
We're definitely a couple of fans at least.
yeah, definitely.
It's the subtle details, you know?
Little things.
Oliver OG
This
is
is no
down.
little feat though for Chubbs and Bryce. Again,
Oliver
had a
OG
pretty
is
solid
dead.
last lobby run off of Chubbs's solo clutch, but don't want to become dependent on those solo clutch type scenarios. As Blake, Macwood, again, they survived their off spawn. Granted, they were alone at the Marigold, but now just gonna take advantage some of those rifts at the bottom of Rift Island to go for this big rotate. And it's going to be enough to get them into the Hazy Hillside. Definitely comes at a price, though, for Blake, as he loses all but 6 of his shield. Macwood eating some damage as well. Team surrounding them, taking full advantage of Blake and Macwood rifting in. But that's just the kind of sacrifice Blake and Macwood, they're more than happy to take that trade-off.
Let's take a look at this elimination right here. Ducky catches Asian Jeff absolutely
Damn,
off
bro.
guard. And
That was
sends
dirty.
him right to bed, but Asian Jeff and Oliver OG should be pretty happy
That
as a
was not
duo right now
cool.
with their performance. 'Cause they'll surely be able to hold top 15. But Ducky and Encrypted story continues now off the backs of that huge elim there.
Ducky just ramping up while Encrypted looks to take an approach from a slightly lower position here. Ducky, small tag into his shields, but with a full Flowberry Fizz, The real concern is just not pulling the attention of the rest of the lobby here. Ducky and Encrypted could definitely utilize a refresh for some hard mats. They don't have that much material to work with for this mid game.
There you have it. They're setting up the crash pad on out. Braids and Visuals on the other side here also have to get a move on. Just look at this zone here. A lot of players found themselves having to cross this water here shortly. And the surge is active right here. Braids and Visuals are underneath it. They thought there was a team behind that wall, but Creep and Hades have distanced themselves a fair bit away. This might not be a spot that they want to stick around in for much longer, but what they can do about it, sitting idle here a little too long now.
Problem as well that's just surfaced for Visuals and Braids is that teams nearby inside of Hazy Hillside likely heard those shields getting cracked. And you can see Hades and Creep, they're trying to make their way from where or into the direction that they heard that shield break happen. But it seems like Braids and Visuals just staying crouched, staying hidden. It's gonna do the trick here, but again, Braids, Visuals, they could look for a power play opportunity here. They've got to be precise. They've got to be quick and connect with these shots because they're still below that damage threshold.
Yeah, they're going to be one of the last to rotate now, so unfortunately they don't find any tags. Hoping to get some teams moving there, but no one crossed in front of them. Visuals finds one right here, though. Ignalized duo of Creon. Creon's on the run right now, skating his way out of the boxes, very slippery. Good tags here onto Aoxy, but that's not enough. Making progress as they catch Flow there amongst the server chaos. And that's 3 big pops. All right, well, that's enough to go and put them right in the game now.
That just brought a little bit of breath of life into this game here for Braids and Visuals. Keep in mind, they still have to be able to actually expend these resources. Doesn't do them much good if they get elimed after securing these goods. It's gonna be the shield potions that Braids opts to utilize first, and then the med kit. But Braids, actually a little bit isolated compared to the rest of the congestion that's building at the lower side of Hazy Hillside.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. And this is going to be some pretty crazy terrain as we start getting to the end game here, but this is it. Teams that start to fall now lose their chance at the grand finals if you're not somewhere at the top of the point threshold. Otherwise, you leave it up to chance. For Bacon and TK, they're doing a great job so far. The placements are just around the corner now.
50 people alive.
This is where things start to get super serious here. For Bacon and TK too, they just don't have a lot. This is a tough spot to be in, and TK jumps down and gets one pumped immediately. Just huge mistakes being made there as they jump into unknown territory. And Bacon retreats, and right as I was just about trying to set up what could be a celebratory moment, Bacon now has all of the pressure on him to perform here in order to solidify his top 15 spot.
But that's the problem when you're trying to actually slide down this mountain face. You pull up next to builds that aren't yours. Curly more than happy to take full advantage of that as well. Might have been some surge damage that was needed as well. So we'll see if that is going to be able to extend Curly and his teammates' run here. This final match is now. We're still here with Chubbs and Bryce. Content to kind of just stay in their builds for the time being. Not really in a rush. That damage threshold definitely looking plenty healthy in comparison to some other players in the lobby, but Walker's in Shadow. They don't care about how much damage they have. They just want to prevent these other teams that are struggling more towards the mid-tier area of this mountain. And Scented, Tahi, under some serious pressure right now. Builds getting absolutely depleted one after the other.
This is jokes. Sentin and Tahi are just in the corner, going through all their mats.
What's up, Hazel?
From metal down to
Keep
brick,
up
now
the
to
good
wood,
work. Thank
and
you.
It's all to the hands of
Appreciate
Walkers and
it.
Shadow, who kind of set up the lobby focus there. They're somehow still
I'm just watching
standing.
FNCS.
Look at this, now forced to fight out of this corner. Back down, but hasn't given up yet. You got to respect Tahi and Sentin here, and they actually found elimination for their troubles. There goes the refresh that they were desperately needing to pick up here. And we might just be seeing the Tahi Grand Finals clutch right now coming out of him. Diego, meanwhile, we jump and catch a glimpse of the 290 headshot.
Yeah, I just saw that. I
Puts
was
the
like,
player
was
down
that
off in the
actually
distance
real?
There, it's Nexi. Catches the unfortunate
Jeez.
bullet.
Now, Diego, G-Money, trying to collect themselves.
Holy, look at all the
Safe
players.
for the time being. You can see some teams stacked up at the top of this mountain. A lot
Some
of this
teams.
endgame action MDF just going to be so heavily dictated by which way the zone decides to pull. If it drops these players from that high point of elevation all the way down to the low ground, teams that don't have any methods for mobility could find themselves hard-pressed to keep their Game 3 hopes alive. But Bacon, with that grapple blade, is going to stay hidden. Might be able to catch some teams rotating above him if they're not careful. Tahi and Sentin also, after that refresh on the Jack, they've done a great job at repositioning, still trying to control the low ground just a bit here, trying to make sure they stay ahead of this first moving zone.
Yeah, they're in a good spot right now. They actually just so happen to already be kind of down on the low ground, so they're not going to have to worry about the elevation changes. They can pick their layer wisely, and Sentin wants to get up off the floor here, so very interesting decision here to kind of get in the mix of the congested areas, but we'll see how it ends up working out if they now have mats to play with. Diego continues to hit the snipe shots here when it matters. That time not leading to a clean elimination, but they're already up to 4 as a team. He's gonna have to heal here.
But Diego, he looks left for 1 second to get a nice sniper shot. And then from his right side, just gets totally ripped apart. Definitely hurts a bit there for G-Money and Diego. They're gonna have to expend a decent amount of their resources to ensure that Diego's healthy enough to keep their Game 3 lobby run alive. Tahi, Sentin, again, work their way up to a slightly higher elevation, but knowing that they still have to keep things pressing forward. They don't want to get caught up in any of the congestion that's starting to build.
Every team now in this endgame situation here has a chance to take a top 15 away from another player or solidify theirs for the night. Bryson Chubbs being one of the few two. They're in there. Meanwhile, high ground, Ponder and Vegas trying to win this game here, Taco.
Again, even if they have height though, doesn't necessarily guarantee success. Shadow and Walker is finally taken down. Bryce Chubbs now ready to strike. They want a little bit of that high ground action for themselves, but again, Bryce Chubbs recognizing the way that the zone is pulling. Want to make sure they stay towards the front side of it. But Bryce Chubbs, quick pause in the action here as they get some shield recovery. Tahi and Sentin though, 4 elims already. This is a team. Tahi, before this lobby started, he said, is the script 10 eliminations and a 6th place finish? They might just be able to get it done, eating massive chunks of damage though on their path forward. Sentin doing everything he can to continue tarping out, but there's just too much pressure, too many teams catching him out in the mid-ground. Tahi now, the sole survivor of this duo, trying to keep the dream alive now, but with only 10 Flowberry Fizz Juice left, he's got to use it.
Nice.
He's got to get this refresh, and that's what he was looking for onto Diego, but he still needs to get back into zone.
Just misses the finish right there at the end, but a top 5 nonetheless is still very, very good compared to the other performances they've had all weekend long. So showing a little bit of life on the last day when it matters most, but is it enough to hold a top 15 performance? We'll find out. For now though, Bryson Chubbs fight their way on up. bring it on down to the bottom, and now they have 5 eliminations here, and they're going to walk their way to what could be a victory royale here to all but seal the deal for a top 15 performance as G Money and Diego Plays did what they had to do to get that second place that game.
Hold it.
So we got, okay. I'm just looking Blake Mackwood.
Strategy,
What's up,
and that
Taco
specific
Bell
strategy just
fan
works
club
so
is
much
crazy.
better in these specific 3 games. We've talked about Soneto.
15 points.
Asian Jeff. Damn, bro. And then who didn't get in? Would you like to buy an iPhone 20, bro? Like, no. Why would I want to buy an iPhone 20? That's such a weird question. From a viewer, no less. What the heck? $2, bro. Get out of here. It seems that Nos was a scammer all along. He was a Temu scammer all along.
Too easy for me, man.
No, what?
Okay, top is Reet, middle is Clicks, bottom.
What? That is so cursed.
This is Peterbot, right?
Cole, maybe Cole, Kanata, TK. No,
That's so cursed.
Bonnie, TK, Cole. Final answer.
Yeah. The way his mouth is just like,
Oh my God, Peterbot.
That's Peterbot? No way.
that was close. I was like, my hair was never that long.
Are off. The FNCS starts right here, right now. The grand finals, 12 brutal games of Fortnite are ahead of the competitors. Taco, and I couldn't be more excited to be here to call it with you.
It's exactly, you read my mind, MDF, because we have 12 games of action throughout the course of this weekend. But here, day number 1 of the NAFNCS Grand Finals. Who is going to try and pave their path to being the AXA champion lifter?
Well, the stage is set, and here we have it, the first battle that's going to kick off here between Rapid, Batman Booga, and the competitors that are landing.
You realize
all around this
0.5
teams
is
out of this
more
lower
than
corner of the map,
0.15.
and you have to imagine this is
You said
where
50
nerves
cents
are
twice.
So high, but for Batman Booga and Rapid, they already
Get
have
out
the
of here.
advantage. They have the shield here to kick it off, and they're actually dictating the pace of the fight, cutting the opponents off already to try to secure
Get
the
the
upper
hell
advantage.
out of here.
Really nice lookout motives here by Rapid. Gets a solid placement on that last Shieldbreaker EMP. Now just going to crank up a little bit, get some overhead view over Skater and Dalty, but Skater, Dalty, not one to go down without a fight. Love this split positioning though from Batman Booga. He's looking to try and take the flank opportunity
Stop.
here, while the distraction coming from up high.
You're just
out of
spamming
Rapid.
chat.
Have to remember, this is also a duo who really left a pretty big impact throughout the course of semis. I mean, they had to battle their way through the lower bracket just to make it into the upper bracket. And then once they established their foothold there, found the Victory Royale during our win and in time.
Yeah, and it was it was towards the tail end, right? It wasn't a quick and easy in and out weekend for Rapid and Batman Booga by any means. They truly did have that uphill battle. They're one of the few teams that, you know, found favoritism to this types of format, but jumping into things, Rapid and Booga have to close this battle quickly if they want time to really get situated and beat the zone here as things are starting to move. And while this is all happening, the feed is equally lighting up as individuals are getting picked apart. So there's going to be plenty to update in just a couple of moments, but Rapid and Batman Booga haven't concluded the battle when they have the advantage.
No, and right now, still a little bit of a split approach here from Rapid and Batman Booga. They've got to deal with the likes of Skater and Dalty. Neither side wanting to forfeit anything further here at Research Rock, but Rapid, Batman Booga, again, still with a relatively massive shield advantage over the opposition currently. And yeah, MDF, right now it looks as if Rapid might have had a glimpse there into finally securing a knock or an elimination of some kind, but just not enough ammo in that Thunderburst to want to keep that engagement going. So it will be a brief fallback as now Batman Booga will continue to be a little bit split from his duo. Does have a good amount of that Flowberry Fizz though to keep himself well sustained. Now looking back, try and challenge the height. It's Dalty just looking for an escape route. Rapid not trying to let him have it. Skater as well splitting off from Dalty, but now it's Rapid who can find himself in a bit of a fickle position here. Just wants to get the wraparound onto Dalty. First shot from the pump, not going to be able to connect. Dalty still barely managing to hold on for dear life here inside of his box, but Rapid, he's got the positioning he needs. He just needs to close it out with the aim. But the box fight still looking to possibly be turned here. Batman Booga on the immediate retreat. Rapid now can't hold on any longer. Skater and Dalty Walty refusing to budge.
What just happened? That is what we call
that was a crazy throw.
Pressure. Skater and Dalty Walty do not give up by any means. They managed to turn around what looked to be an absolute dismal situation, but Rapid, when it mattered most, when he had his opponent boxed off, when they played it so textbook, he could not land the shots that mattered most. What a crazy turn of events. Did not see that coming at all. But here we have it, Taco. We jump ahead with Cold and Acorn, who are surrounded by plenty of opponents here. This is just equally a part of the situation, but we have something even more important arising here. Aaron and Chance potentially taking out another favorite of Baka and Pars. Baka and Pars have had this historical slow start so far on all of their first features on the big weekends, and right now looks like you've got the lobby pressure and of course Aaron and Chance right on top of their heels, and that's going to find them eliminated here in full.
You can definitely tell that a lot of these teams trying to avoid some of those new surge thresholds that have been implemented, keeping in mind 4 less for every zone. So a lot of the action here, teams trying to confirm their damage, confirm these eliminations early on. Also, as far as Baka and Pars are concerned, their real downfall there is that fight essentially determining who's going to be able to secure the Forecast Tower. As of right now, though, a slightly separate engagement here. Peterbot Pollo not necessarily caught up in the action just yet, but don't necessarily know what their journey looked like. They've got their base built up currently around this Forecast Tower, but the moment it spawns in, you have to imagine Aaron and Chance willing to take another chance with another engagement.
A completely different story for Reet and Ritual, seemingly uncontested for their chance at, of course, this massive advantage in the Forecast Towers. And we've seen so much occur as far as fights, battles, right? And key points of moments, critical moments occur here for the Forecast Towers, for Reet and Ritual. If things continue this way, if no one gives them resistance, if no one impedes on their territory, they will have the greatest advantage to take an FNCS. And even Reet took to social media. He was talking about how he has never felt this supported by the community as a favorite, but he likes the way it feels. He feels great, and I think that mental addition is going to definitely show itself this weekend. And already, Taco, I mean, I'm feeling like they have everything set up for them.
Only time will tell, though, whether or not Reet and Ritual truly are the main characters of this first FNCS Grand Finals, because there's quite a few other teams here, Monster, that would love to take that title away from them. Epic, Clix, another duo that has a lot of fan favoritism supporting it. So can't ever count out Clix or Epic in terms of making things be a little bit flashy as well on their approach here, but hanging out by Rebels Roost currently. Clix and Epic, very common rotation for them to move from Lavish Lair over towards the Rebels Roost, where they know they're going to have at least 1 or 2 teams that they could look to try and secure some of their surge damage on.
Definitely have to find a fight. Dan Redux might be a great pick for them. We'll see how that ends up unfolding for them. Now on over the threats and Dukes, and one thing I did notice in the feed as G Money picks up an elimination right there is that Kanata might have found a knock in a full elimination, so they might be potentially conned. When I know we were coming out of the opening, you know, kind of ceremony of this NA coverage talking about they might be completely uncontested, but I think there are some folks actually looking to adjust here, so we'll see who ultimately ends up having to battle their way out of their drop spots. Kanata and Aegis are completely healthy at the moment. For all we know, they could have beat the drop on someone, but look, they do have 2 eliminations here, and this is from those early game battles. It almost started off immediately.
All right, chat, I'm gonna start
with a fight there.
OG Fortnite spectating
And seeing
soon.
Kanata as well with this lock-on pistol. Kind of curious because with their drop being by the Ritzy Riviera, they have a little bit of eyesight overhead with that slight elevation. More on that later, though. Right now, Epic Clix found exactly what they're looking for. It's a fight up against
Big
Day and
shot.
Redux. Absolutely gassed. Nothing in the tank there for Day.
What a great tag. Epic Whale Clix making quick work of Day and Redux here with no one around either in the zone. That's a perfect setup for them. I'm a little concerned actually of how fast that fight happened, that they're not going to have enough surge, believe it or not. You know, you go from 200 to 0 that quick. That's just 400 damage off of 2 players. They didn't seemingly have time to heal or anything like it. But the show goes on at the complete opposite side. Rise and Yamzo. We chatted about how they have this 2-day formula locked in, but day 1 is the most pivotal, the most critical of their success. If they can take the lead here, they do have the history of playing very well after making adjustments leading into day 2. And for them to be the last team to rotate right now, granted they do have some grapple hooks, is still extremely concerning.
Even have the options there for crash pads if they so choose, but the way that Rise and Yamzo are running past that farm ability definitely indicates that a lot more favoritism towards just using those grapples instead. But Rise actually maxed out on metal currently, still looking to try and ensure that Yamzo has just as much of those hard materials steadily available, because as they make this rotate heading north out of the hazy hillside, they're definitely going to have to try and battle up against the likes of teams that are already situated, already poised on some of that northern elevation, so it could make things rather difficult. So they'll definitely want as much hard material as possible for those rotates.
Yeah, very important to single out the fact that they are putting that much emphasis. They're willing to trade out positioning for better, high-grade material. But Bugha and Aviv, the complete opposite, already at the zone here, not maxed out on metal or brick by any means here. However, they are trying to play for key positioning so they can set themselves up to not only stay away from potential opponents and players on the edge, but find themselves some tags and really determine the pacing at which they take their battles. It's a great spot to be in here at the Reckless Railways. Like we talked about, we already know this general territory is housed by Reet and Ritual, but they have the storm information, right? They know exactly where to go with that forecast tower. So unless they're long gone, I mean, we can assume the zone might be pulling this way. We'll see when we get an update with them.
The other thing that Bugha and Aviv are likely going to be keeping an eye out.
Dun, dun, dun. Do, 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 do. Do, do. Do. Alright, we gon' do it. We gon' finally do it for like probably 2 games. We're gonna see what happens, you know what I'm saying? Looks like we got some fake sweats. You ready? So basically, what I'm doing is, I'm gonna be spectating OG Fortnite. And what the fuck? My spacebar didn't work! And what I do is, I just jump off. That guy's probably wondering what's happening. And then we find the players, you know? We find the funny shit. We find the... Like, what is this guy doing? Yo, this is the type of player I hate. Because he doesn't want to land Pleasant. He wants to land outside Pleasant. Because he doesn't want to... He doesn't want to die. Is this a bot? Yo, this guy is a bot, dude. There's no way. What are you doing? Oh my goodness, he's got FaZe in his name. What are you doing? Don't, that's so disrespectful, man. Putting FaZe in your name is not okay. Okay, the one thing they gotta change about spectating is you gotta be able to see the name. Like, you gotta be able to see the, not the name, I mean the kills, the amount of kills they have. You know? See, this guy doesn't seem bad at the game. But like, still, you're not part of FaZe. Get get FaZe out of your name, bro. Like, what is that reaction time? No. Let's find something else. We gotta find something else after seeing that. Okay, Anonymous 302. Like, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. That's a bot. Zynerd. It's got Pickle Rick on. What are you doing? That was a real guy, and he just ran into the bullets. And now we're at the FaZe again. Get out of here, Mr. FaZe. You're not part of FaZe clan. Get out of my face. Bro, like, are we just going in circles? What is going on? These lobbies, man. Sniper Life 23. You missed a shot. No respect. You missed another one. There you go. You missed. Hey man, if your name is Sniper Life 23, you gotta be hitting every single shot. Mr. Toastman with the Cactus Jack back bling. I saw this guy in the free lobby. That's the garage, mate. It's kind of late. Oh, he's fighting the other guy from I saw from the free lobby. Oh, it's attack. Hey, yo, it's a soccer skin. You're so bad. Cactus Jack, you are not ready for that. Cactus Jack. You're so slow. You're so slow. Guys, he's so slow. Damn. This guy's name is Worship. What? Hold up. Wait, is he getting keyed by a real player? Hold up, that's just a unique name, so I want to just see. Because, like, this guy isn't even... 404 not found. What? What? Bruh. Was that a real player keying it? It's a private profile. Okay, buddy. You're not that guy. I'm that guy. $1,017,000. Damn, lots of bots. I'm kind of surprised. Lots of bots in OG these days, eh? There's a med kit over there you should go get. Instead of the SMG. Instead of the SMG. Instead of the SMG. Reload your shotgun. You know, it'll come to a point where I'm sick of watching players. I just want to play myself. It'll come to that point. Bro, like, somebody kill these bots, man. Oh my goodness, somebody kill these bots. Iron Maid 20. Bro, somebody... There's so many bots. Why don't you guys... Oh. This guy's not a bot, but like, still. Look at this. This is not how you should be playing Fortnite. But he can because it's a bot. Shoot him with a sniper. Oh my. Thank you. Dude, it should not be this hard. Rainbow, what? I'm done. Is there any good player in this lobby? Is there any good player in this lobby? Do I really have to watch Crystal? Wave Rider. Well, this is a real player. If he shot that, I would have been actually done. If he shot that shot, I would have left the game. I don't want to see that lazy shit. Is there any good players, guys? This guy, maybe. Maybe. Maybe this guy's contender. He kind of has a lame setup though. Okay, this is one of them. No, never mind. Wrong pickaxe. I didn't. Chaos agent. Chaos agent. Chaos agent. I wonder if that one. This bitch is still alive. Is that one? No, they wouldn't be. I already went full circle. Wait. Oh, okay. There's a. I thought you just dropped a scar. Wow, you're so good. Wow. Guys, isn't he like that? He's just that guy. Yeah, I want to see that guy actually fight. Hell yeah. 35 health. He's gonna get sniped. Watch. He's gonna get sniped. What? You went too low, buddy. Why did you put a ramp there? Too low. Dumbass. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Wow. Dude, I just switched to him head dinking. Bro, what are you doing? Anonymous? That's sus. After what you just did, that's pretty suspicious. Not gonna lie. Oh, what are you gonna do now? Turn off your cheats? Look at this, dude. Bro, like, you're so ass. You're so bad. Now, see, I literally told you. You could have held that. I literally told you. I told you that he would peek then and there. Like, he's not even good. He has the hardest time just climbing up a mountain and double editing up a mountain. He's not even good. Well, you're not even good. Drink a halfie right now. What? Okay, bro. This isn't comp. Bro's been sniped in the head too many times. Bro, like, why? Oh, there's 4 people left. You can't just do it while you slide down and hide behind the bus? This isn't comp, my dude. You gotta take risks. Okay, 3 people left. This guy's still alive. And this guy. Yeah, he's gonna jump up. Oh my goodness. Rocket launcher! Reload your weapons, bro. Like, why are you just start reloading and then switch to the next one, start reloading and then switch to the next one? I have to get to circle. Yo, if I look up this guy's name and he is anywhere close to 20,000 kills, I'm gonna get mad. Wave Rider. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. What the heck? What? Yo, let's scroll down 1 second. He's only, oh my good, he doesn't play ranked. I don't play ranked, but at least I'm good. Chapter 5, Season 4, Bronze. Bro's peak rank is Gold 1. Somebody help. Help me. That makes me feel like a World Cup winner, bro. That's crazy. He's on controller. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. There's no way, bro. And he's bushwalking, dude. Oh my goodness. This guy's anonymous. I kind of hate you for being anonymous. Here, we'll look up this guy. Bell Sciodel. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bell Sciodel. Bell Sciodel. Bro, come on, man. It's a private profile, man. Screw you, bro. Ugh. Then we can expect that these guys have just as many. There's no way you have that many kills, though. Like, and you're that bad. Oh. I'm gonna... Can't say it. We can't say it. All I'm gonna do is watch this guy who likes... Dude. I mean, he's a really good loadout. But we are camping. I have an issue with that, man. You gotta get up. You gotta go and full key them, bro. Full key them. Right now. Oh my goodness. Bro, like... You're... Bro, like, are you serious? You're not even good. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. You cannot donkey laugh on somebody that... Oh my... I'm literally... Like, I'm so done right now. This game is so toxic. This game is so toxic. Oh, I hope. No, I want this guy to lose. I want this guy to lose. Who else wants him to lose? I want him to lose. Yeah. You got this. Wait. He does not have this. 75 HP. Oh, that was good. That was good. Nice! Don't let him heal up at all. Go in there. Get in there. Full key. Yeah. Full key him. Get him. He only has 100 mats left. Yeah! Your ass! Your ass! Don't let him headshot you. Please. Yes! 14 health! No builds. He has no builds. Just don't let him shoot you. His only objective right now is to shoot you in the face. Yes! Let's go! Dance on him. Dance on him. Yeah! W, dude. W. That guy was toxic for no reason. He sucked. Do 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 do. Back on 74. All right. Okay. Little whip, little whip, little whip. I'm afraid that if I press space. Yeah, see, it works. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's a little high. Please. Wow. Yeah, bitch. You should have landed there, dumbass. That's why you always contest, because you never know if they're like me and they just want to spectate. Bruh. There's a guy. Bro, like, what? This lobby. It's everybody I start spectating, they start dancing. Wow, dude. Good job. Wait, you're just landing now. That's crazy. There's already a guy there, and you're just landing now. Bro, this guy is actually ass. This guy has to be a bot. Or is he just on console? He's going for the kill. Yo. This is a real player too. That guy's ass. Oh. This guy's bronze, dude. No thank you, bro. Fish with lungs. Bro, this guy. That's a bot. We've concluded that this lobby is a bot lobby. It's all bot lobbies. This guy is also a bot. I had hope, but then I saw the skin. This guy also a bot. What is this, dude? Why can't I have some fun? Why do you have to bro, like, why is it all bots? This isn't fair, dude. He's literally moonwalking. What is going on? If I find a real player, what the heck? Bro, it's fairless. Timu Tickler, 17. Bruh. I mean, pickaxe and all might have potential, but I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt he has potential. Yo. Is this a real person? Nah. He's got the whole Terminator shit going on. Bro, I swear half this lobby is bots. That shouldn't be a thing. What the heck? This is so bullshit. Is this guy a bot? There's a dude there. Yeah, that's a bot. Bro. Squidward meme. Oh my goodness. Somebody save me. Okay. Never mind. He has only a pistol. What the heck? Yo, I swear. Oh my goodness. It's all bots. Chat. Chat. It's all bots. We can't escape it. It's all bots. There's no escape. This guy might not be a bot, but I'm pretty sure he is. Because he's not drinking the slurp juice. Hey there, friend 81. This guy's mats is too low to be real. It's so far into the game and you have only 100. What is that? What is happening? Why is it all... It's literally just bots. Chat. Is it because I died 2 times? Yo, if I don't find... Okay. Yeah, I found the one problem with this. Okay. This is a real guy. I don't know why he's not drinking a half pot. Bro, like, what are these players? Did I get in the lowest ranking lobby ever? It's the Peely. Yo, you know what? No, I don't even care. I don't even care about that lobby no more. Fuck it. Fuck it. I literally don't care. I'm playing a game myself. Because I'm gonna get accusations. You're just dying so you get easy lobbies. That's the accusations. The accusations are already starting. Oh no. Oh no. I swear I'm not dying just to get easy lobbies. I'm just trying to find some funny content. I swear, don't hate me. Like, this skin is more rare than Renegade Raider. You don't see this as much. Trust me, you will not. You won't see Blaze as much as you see Renegade. You won't see this one as much as you see Renegade Raider. It's like this one's more rare too. I'm gonna wear this one. Fine. Because these people everybody be wearing Renegade Raider. I'll be wearing that because it's more rare apparently now. It's like a Skull Trooper plus Renegade Raider. Trust me, all the OGs spawn in over here. Fuck you too. There's gonna be a shotgun upstairs. I mean, right here is fine too, but there's also gonna be one upstairs. More than half the time. Hold on. Hold on. Forgot what I had to do. Hold the phone. See, what did I tell you? Dumbass, why are you peeking that? The fuck? Why would you peek that? Why would anybody peek that? What were you thinking? What's up, Ovi boy? Like, you're already cracked. Why do you think you're gonna kill me? I'm at 200 shield. 200. You think you're gonna hit a 200 from 10 meters away? Pretty good, you. If you wanna like the live stream? Working away at the field. Thank you. I had a feeling you were a streamer. Bro, why would you peek me? That's probably the guy I killed. I'll give you some advice. I cracked you, and then you were above me, and I knew exactly when you would peek me. If you did. If you did, I knew. Good try, good try. GG. Sorry for dancing on you. Like, sorry, not sorry, you know? Nah, I gotta get off. I gotta go to work. Wow. Let's go. This was so like I spectated a few games before this, like, and I was kind of done because they quickly turn into bot lobbies if you die so many times in a row. Oh my goodness, bro. Yeah, we're just not gonna talk about that. It's literally all bots. Because I died, like, first every round, because I was like, you know, whatever. What the heck? Oh. So that's a real guy. I don't know why he chose not to shoot at me, but he didn't. He chose not to shoot at me. Hey man, this is my kill, bitch. Where is he? Oh. Ow! What the heck? Hey! Hey! Stop lobbying me! Hey! 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 Stop! Stop! This isn't fair! Oh, I'm in the middle of the zone. Do I want to just drink this Slurpee? This Slurpee derpy herpy? Sherpy. I don't know where any of these guys are. Oh shit. Okay. Fuck you! fucking... Oh. You're telling me as soon as I actually play, it's not a bot lobby? You ruined my game? Fucking bitch. Just ruins my game, dude. I gotta leave. I literally just have to leave as soon as you join.
Bye.
Bye. Alright guys, I'll see you in the next stream. Bye.